It's 6 o'clock, and I'm calling the Planning Commission meeting of August 5th, 2026 to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Chair Murphy,
Here.
Vice Chair Chesley,
Present.
Commissioner Stewart,
Present.
Commissioner Rice-Schmidt,
Here.
Commissioner Hanson is absent.
Thank you. Would you please lead us in the pledge this evening, Katrina?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have approval of the agenda?
I would like to make a recommendation. We received a letter from Craig Walker, a local historian, and he's also on the Historic Preservation Commission. He pointed out that the Historic Preservation Commission was bypassed from receiving a historic resources report for item number 4. He said the report on the project should have come before the Historic Preservation Commission. The report identified that it was potentially eligible for the California Register of Historic Resources. For that reason, I agree with him. So I think that should go to the Historic Preservation Commission before it comes to the Planning Commission as a public hearing item. And their next meeting, the Historic Preservation Commission, is August 13th, and it's potentially could go on that agenda and then come back to the Planning Commission on August 19th. So I'm making a motion to postpone the public hearing on item 4 to postpone item number 4 to August 19th, regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting, and direct staff to take the project and historic resources report to the Historic Preservation Commission for their regularly scheduled meeting of August 13th for review and comment prior to the Planning Commission hearing on this project.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
A long one. Is there a second?
I have a question, either staff or any of the fellow commissioners. How is this reflective of the 50-year standard in place? Does this property meet a standard?
Well, do you want to second the motion for a discussion purposes? We can't discuss
Second
it.
the motion for discussion purposes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, your question?
So I'm not understanding the 50-year.
My understanding is that in order for us to consider that issue as a historical issue, there needs to be kind of a 50-year establishment of the PL status there.
Oh, no, there's an informal, and the staff can talk about this too, but there's an informal 50-year guideline that is used when a project comes in to the city, and if the property's not listed on any historic list or landmark list, before a discretionary project, you would have an assessment done.
Yeah, the year is one litmus test. There's a number of criteria that come into play on that. There has been a historic resources report provided, and it was a part of item number 4. I will admit, when this item came before this body on July 15th, that historic resources report had not been finalized. That report has been finalized, and it was provided to this body. The specific piece that Commissioner Rice-Schmidt was referring to does allow for this body to refer items to the Historic Preservation Commission. This body has done that in the past, looking for comments, and both the City Council and the Planning Commission have that authority to do that through that specific provision. From a historic preservation standpoint or historic resources report standpoint, The year is one litmus test, and here, if you look in the historic resources report provided as a part of the staff report, it does identify that it's eligible for local and state, but not national, given the age. So though that's just like a very surface discussion, it was certainly more information provided in the staff report. This body has the opportunity to either push this item to Historic Preservation Commission, providing that opportunity for comment. There's other alternatives, but that is the motion that's on the table at the moment.
Could you give us the alternatives?
Yeah, so the alternatives is to still hold the item and take public comment, as this is item number 4 tonight, the very last item for tonight. By doing that, you're allowing the public to provide comment and then the commission to weigh that option and then still kick it back to the Historic Preservation Commission for comment. This body acts as a recommendation body for this item going forward to City Council. So there are a couple different ways in which this could be handled. If this body is looking to review those comments from the Historic Preservation Commission, then this would be the appropriate measure. The other appropriate measure would be to hear the item, make a recommendation. Within those recommendations, include that the item go before the Historic Preservation Commission before going to City Council.
So we wouldn't have the opportunity to see it again if we listened to it, recommended it goes to historic.
That would be another option where you could hear the item and still ask and leave the public comment period open to allow the opportunity for the public to continue to respond once those comments come in.
And is it realistic that it can be on the next meeting for the historic preservation? Do we have
Yes,
information
because
on
we
that?
were made aware of this early on. Yes, we believe that we can make the 13th, and we believe we can make the 19th as well.
Okay.
What I would caution this commission staying away from is pulling the item and not allowing for it to be continued date certain. By doing that, we'd have to renotice. Because this is a change to the code, there's new provisions as of January 1st of this year that basically have a 20-day rollout versus a 10-day notification period, which is, it adds more time and effort to what we're doing.
Sure. Okay.
So do I understand that we could keep the item on the agenda tonight? We do have, I assume, people from the hotel here to make a presentation and people from the public who have opinions that they would like to express. So if we do that, then we can just continue the item to enable the comments from the HPC to come in after the 13th, and then finalize the item on the 19th, here back at the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is an option.
Do we have other comments or questions?
My only comment would be that, in my belief, we should take the opportunity to have people comment while they are here today. And I do like the logic of, bumping it down the line a little bit, but we should gather information, while people are here and we can learn something.
But our decision doesn't have to be made until the 19th, correct? So that we can take tonight's information as well as the information from the HPC on the 13th.
Yes, if this
If we
body.
decide that.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. If we have no other questions or comments? Okay. I would like a shortened review of what that motion was.
The motion was to postpone the public hearing for item number 4 to August 19th,
Okay.
and directing staff to take it to Historic Preservation Commission on August 13th.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call, please, Sherry?
Reich Schmidt,
Yes.
Stewart,
No.
Chesley,
No.
Murphy.
No. Okay. We have public communications.
Yeah, we need to,
The-
we need
Yeah.
to
So the
footnote.
item will be
Yeah, we need to
heard
footnote
as
that,
number
yeah.
4.
I'm sorry.
And yes, so the item will be heard as number 4, and there are no changes aside from the one that was just brought up to the agenda tonight.
Thank you.
So,
No other changes.
we're not having it go to the Historic Preservation Commission?
No,
No.
we're gonna listen to it.
We're
and
going
then
to
probably
listen
send it
to
the Historic Preservation.
who is here tonight to present, and we're going to listen to the public comments. And we can then ask for the HPC to
Hear it on the,
or to study the issue for the 13th and bring their comments back to us for a final decision on the 19th.
Got it?
We're still getting to the committee. We're taking a longer road while we have people here who
Got
can.
it.
We
Give
would
us
like to
feedback.
hear from everybody who's here. Okay,
three sub to.
we have public communications time. This is the time set aside for the Planning Commission to hear the members of the public for business that is other than those items on the agenda tonight. I don't have any cards for that. Is there anyone here tonight who needs to speak to the Planning Commission on topics not on the agenda? Sherry, is there anyone online?
No.
Thank you. Then we will close public communications. The consent calendar is next. We have the minutes for the regular meeting of July 15th. Could I have a motion to accept them?
I would like to take item number 2 off the consent because it wasn't a unanimous vote. So I don't want to approve the resolution by consent because it's not unanimous.
Right now, we're talking about the minutes of the July meeting.
Well, we're talking about the consent calendar, right?
Well, the first part is the minutes.
All right, well, I want to take the second
Can we
one
just-
off the consent.
Okay, can we just get the minutes approved first?
So the way in which this works is once the consent calendar has been identified, there is 2 items on the agenda.
Right.
Commissioner Reich-Schmidt has identified one of the items that she'd like to pull off the agenda. Now, you can still continue to talk about the minutes themselves, but the item number 2,
2 has to come first? No?
well, would be
No.
pulled off, and then there'd be,
Well, if it's approved.
correct. So it would require those to, I believe it would be a majority in order for that to come off the agenda, correct? Or am I wrong on that?
Yes, it would be a majority.
Okay.
And what would that mean exactly?
So you'd be able to discuss the item beyond,
Further.
beyond just simply having reviewed it before. So if you have questions regarding so remember that is a resolution that came before this body on the 15th. We carefully crafted those terms before this body, and you voted on it. It wasn't a majority, so.
It wasn't a majority, and it's not clear to me if we're adopting it as an approved resolution based on last discussion, or if we're approving it as to form. So if we're approving it as to form only, that's different, because even though I voted no as to form, I would vote yes on this vote. But if it's regarding the actual decision that was made, I want to vote no, because that was my vote. If-
Yeah, so it would be as to form. And that's really the point with this, is we've taken those carefully crafted words, put those on within the resolution itself. Typically, those don't actually come before this body, but because of the sensitivity of that particular item, we felt it was necessary to bring it back.
Okay.
So.
So I still want to take it off as to form because it doesn't have the record of the vote.
I think that probably has to be a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to take item number 2 off the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Can I ask a question? So then how would we proceed with item number 2? then?
We would discuss it in more detail.
Today?
Yes,
In-
right now.
In normal?
Right now?
Just to check our understanding, we're effectively, because I think you're right, procedurally, we have to pull it out of there, but it doesn't necessarily preclude us from having all of the public input we want. We're just not considering the specific piece as
You're
written by staff.
you're considering it at the very moment. It's just that as consent, they're meant to be non-controversial, so you're just looking at little typos here.
Right.
Instead, we'll be having a full-on discussion about it. I'll give you a very brief presentation, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
Okay. Jeez. I didn't yet. Yeah.
You seconded?
I didn't
Didn't?
yet.
Okay.
But,
This is going to be a long night.
it's complicated.
There's no harm in taking it off consent.
But we still go ahead and discuss it.
Yes.
I mean, I'll second, I'm open to listening, so. But I think you said we all have to agree anyways, so. Okay.
Okay. So let's take that item has been taken off the agenda, so let's first address the consent. So,
Okay.
minutes.
The minutes.
Okay, the minutes. Is there a motion to accept the minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from the July 15, 2026 meeting.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Reich Schmidt,
Yes.
Stewart,
Yes.
Chesley,
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Okay, moving on to disclosure.
No, hold on. Now we're moving on to the item that was pulled from the agenda, so now we must discuss that item before we can go on to
Right.
Okay,
disclosure of sites.
Yeah.
Yes. So, the item before you for discussion tonight now is the conditions of approval for Planning Commission resolution that was heard before and voted by this body July 15th. At that meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed the appeal and considered testimony from both the applicant and city staff, revised the penalties required by the director, and required the following, and it was threefold. One is that the applicant shall plant 2 new 14-inch box coast live oaks, and 2, the applicant shall pay an additional fee or tree fee of $225, and then 3, the planting of the replacement coast live oaks shall be under the supervision of a licensed arborist.
I believe that was a 24-inch.
Yeah, that's what I have here. Number 1, the applicant shall plant 2 new 24-inch boxes.
24,
Yes.
thank you.
It went back and forth between the
Yes, it did.
15-gallon versus the 24.
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Okay,
Discussion. Or questions?
Okay, so I guess it's just a technical thing, but if we are approving this as to form, I was hoping to see the vote in there that there was 4 commissioners that voted yes and 1 that voted no. And then, because it has today's date on it. So if it has today's date, then it's the vote today that we're talking about in the resolution. Right, because the resolution is dated with today's date?
True, it is for today's date, correct.
So it really is the vote today to approve the resolution, correct?
Yes,
That's
Okay.
correct.
I agree with that.
Okay.
is there any further discussion of this resolution?
Public comments.
Mr. Miley, you had sent a card in for item 2.
This is item 2.
Okay, I was taking that for this as item 2. Okay, come forward.
Hello, thank you. At the last meeting, when this was an issue on the agenda, I spoke strongly in favor of the appellant based on their willingness, initially and ongoing, to follow the rules. The communication failure, which kind of caused the problem unintentionally, the value and completeness of the Katrona Arborist report and the willingness of the Katrona to do the right thing. So I certainly support this resolution as it is, and to indicate that Katrona is, I'm just an observer, is really thankful for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. The next speaker is Bill Mellett.
Thank you. I believe the applicant sent a letter to the city requesting a change of the 2 oak trees, that they be substitute 2 sycamores in their place, and I don't know if that's a problem for the city. And the reasoning behind that is that they've had problems in the past with planting small oaks and getting them to be able to reach maturity. And the sycamores are more drought tolerant in the sense they have a more robust root system and are more easily established. So they're requesting that we change those 2 oaks to sycamores.
Thank you. We did ask for the advice of an arborist on the selection of where the plants would, or the trees would go.
Yes.
And I think it makes sense that we would also take your advice regarding the type of tree.
I think it's an appropriate tree.
Do we
for that
need to
site.
have a motion in order to?
For the revision, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, do you have anything else, Bill?
No.
Okay. I have one other card here that says 2, but it didn't, there's no name on it.
Sorry, Elena Doval Santos. I just wanted to take the chance to say thank you to Chair Judy and the commissioners and Director Seibert, the staff, Maura, and our city attorney for your kind consideration of our appeal. And so far, what seems to be a favorable resolution to our problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena.
So, okay.
Is there anyone else in the audience who needs to speak on this item? Yes, I see a hand wave. Nothing, okay. Is there anyone online?
No.
Thank you. Okay, it's back to the Planning Commission. We will close the public hearing. And do we have any questions or comments or?
I'm okay with the sycamores as a recommendation if that's being proposed by the arborist to, and you said the location is also being chosen in.
By the arborist for the tree's best survival is what I remember us discussing
Correct.
last.
Number 3 says the planting of the replacement. It does say coast live oaks. If you do
Change
end up going
that.
with the sycamores, it'll be the sycamores under the supervision of a licensed arborist. So that arborist will determine the appropriate location.
Okay. Okay. All right, then I think we are ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to change.
To ex-
To pass the resolution with the revision of replacing the requirement for the planting of coastal live oaks with 2 sycamores.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay, could I have a roll call, please?
Roy Schmidt,
Yes.
Stewart,
Yes.
Chesley,
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Okay, moving on to the disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. Are these for all the items now, tonight?
Correct.
Thank
For
you.
the next 2 items, yes.
Katrina? Are there any site visits or ex parte?
I went out to both sites and I met with the applicant for item number 3, Ojai Roots.
Brad?
No recent contact. Bruce and I did do a site visit a few weeks ago to Ojai Roots, but nothing since that last meeting. Yeah.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I went to the Ojai Root site and met with the owner, the applicant.
Okay. I also met with the owner of Roots. I also had a conversation with the applicant from, on item 4. As I had requested a tour and time got away from us, so instead we had a conversation. Public hearings. The next item is a request for modifications to an existing MCUP 23-001. Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Maura Macaluso. I'm the principal planner here at the City of Ojai. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. This is a request for modifications to an existing conditional, minor conditional use permit. It's modification to the conditions of approval for an existing minor CUP. And the original CUP was approved by the Planning Commission in 2021 for an outdoor dining facility that included a type 42 alcoholic beverage license, and the property is located at 315 North Montgomery Street. The current tenant received director approval of the transfer from those 2021 conditions of approval back in 2024. So that was for the current business, Ojai Roots, from the previous tenant, Tipple and Ramble. Your staff report includes the current conditions of approval that are being requested to be modified, the requested modifications, and then staff's discussion. And at the end, there's a little discussion from staff or by staff that is also going to identify 2 added conditions that are being recommended that the commission adopt that are shared for other outdoor venues like this one. So right now what I'm going to do is go through those conditions of approval, just the ones that are being requested for modification. So original condition or current condition, number 1 states that the approval allows for the configuration and number of patrons, and that number is 35. The applicant's request is for removal of the fixed occupancy limit or base occupancy on maximum established by life safety requirements. The request also includes a request to remove the numerical limits on umbrellas and furniture configuration. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission maintain the existing condition of approval regarding the number of seats in the outdoor dining facility, as well as the basic configuration, not like exact. While the project site is in the VMU zone, that's Village Mixed Use, it's bordered to the north, west, and west by residential uses in a mixed-use zone, and although the site adjacent to the south is in the C1 zone, it's also developed with a single-family residence. Occupancy limits and other approval conditions ensure that the outdoor dining facility remains compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Regarding the configuration of seating, staff believes that the intent was really more for the number and general layout, and not like to the T of the furniture. Current condition of approval number 2 states that the approval allows the outdoor dining facility with the exception of minors for an alcohol beverage license 42 for the consumption of beer and wine for 35 patrons. The applicant is requesting to remove the reference to minors and replace with their own specific language. So staff's discussion includes that the applicant has requested to the ABC for a type 41 license. The applicants also discussed the possibility of a type 47 license in the future. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission revise the existing condition of approval to include reference to the currently requested 41 and include the ABC language describing the license as part of the approval. That sounds confusing. what staff is recommending is that the applicant, that the planning commission recommend that they go from a 41, we allow the 42, which will allow minors. Right now, they have a 41, which does not.
The other way around.
Is it the other way around?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Staff recommends that you approve a 41, which will allow minors. Currently, they have a 42, which does not. Okay. But I want to go further to say that the director will not consider a 47, which is for distilled spirits in the future. That's not currently on the table, but it's something that that has been discussed by the applicant and that we're not in favor of, and that's due to the potential impacts on the surrounding sensitive uses. So as far as the language in the conditions of approval, the specific ABC license language is critical for the commission's consideration because it specifies how the outdoor dining space will function. The details of the different types of licenses are included in your staff report for information while considering which one to approve and the conditions of approval. So therefore, like the difference between a 41 and a 42 is whether minors are allowed. And so having that information in the conditions of approval, staff feels is appropriate. Current condition number 3 states that the approval allows the applicant to include a hosted event a maximum of once a month within the current permitted conditions, including seating capacity, hours of operation, and noise restrictions. Types of events include community meetings, pop-up shops with local makers, trivia night, and a guest chef or winemaker education class. The applicant is requesting that the monthly limitation be removed and to allow normal restaurant and community events consistent with the approved hours, occupancy, and noise standards. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission consider maintain the monthly limitation on outdoor events due to the surrounding uses, and in this case, as you know, they're residential, which are considered sensitive uses. Staff also recommends adding language indicating that a hosted event is one where the venue is closed to the public, and also including weddings or other events as determined by the director to be appropriate in the types of events that are permitted, which are listed in the staff report. The next condition of approval that's being requested for modification is number 4, and that is the hours of operation approved by this minor conditional use permit and director's exemption shall be as follows. It's Wednesday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. The applicant is requesting to expand the approved hours to allow 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The applicant has indicated that they may not be open all of those hours, but would like to be flexible and to operate within that range. Staff is recommending that the commission consider maintaining the existing conditions of approval related to the hours of operation for this facility. The limitation on hours is an attempt at an effective measure to ensure compatibility with the surrounding sensitive uses. The next condition of approval, condition that they're requesting to modify is condition number 5. And that is, as a condition of receiving and maintaining the director's exemption and minor conditional use permit, the applicant shall remove the existing trailer. And the trailer has been removed. It belonged to the previous occupant, and so staff is recommending that that condition of approval be removed, and that's also what the applicant is requesting. The next condition of approval is current number 7, and the condition is that amplified entertainment is not permitted as part of the existing permits, and the applicant would like this to be open for discussion. They're requesting flexibility and also clarification regarding limited amplified uses if appropriate. Staff's discussion here is that staff recommends the Planning Commission maintain the existing condition of approval not to allow amplified entertainment. Staff also recommends adding the word live music as not permitted and and also that background speaker music be permitted subject to the noise standards of the municipal code. The next condition of approval that they're looking to modify is condition number 14, and that is director verified violations to conditions of approval shall require Planning Commission Resolution 2303, that was the original one, to be rescheduled before the Planning Commission for review and consideration of the violations within 60 days from the third verified violation. The director shall provide written information as to the specific violation and, if available, the approximate time and date of the violations to the conditions of approval, and also note that sound monitoring be taken at the northern property line directly across the driveway from the rear outdoor seating. The matter shall be scheduled before the Planning Commission with notification to include property owners within 300 feet. So the applicant is requesting that this condition be deleted in its entirety, and staff's discussion includes that staff is recommending that the Planning Commission maintain this condition of approval, that the item be returned to the Planning Commission if there are 3 verified violations, and outdoor dining facilities are conditionally permitted, and this particular site is located adjacent to sensitive uses and also has history of violations. And if there are multiple violations, 3, it's prudent for staff and the Planning Commission to evaluate the use and its appropriateness for the conditionally approved location, or so there. So while we're talking about this condition, staff currently has 3 verified violations. It just so happens that we have them right now and it's within 60 days and we're here tonight. We had already planned on being here tonight with the request for modification. It looks like you had a question. So conditions of approval are being discussed tonight, and violations, the conditions of approval can be discussed this evening. So that's what we're here to do. If the commission wished to revoke, for instance, the CUP, that would have to be at a separate hearing. That's noticed specifically for that. So the 3 current violations that have been verified are parking on the required ADA parking spaces with a coffee serving vehicle during an event, and also 2 times having outdoor seating outside of the approved area of seating, which also happens to be within the public right-of-way. So, and then going on, so as established, outdoor dining facilities on private property may be allowed subject to a minor conditional use permit. In 2021, it was discovered due to complaints that a bar had been open there, or wine bar, since 2013. Ultimately, the director chose to forward that director approval to the Planning Commission due to its sensitivity and there being complaints. And in 2022, the Planning Commission approved the permits for the facility and created the existing conditions of approval because the site is surrounded by sensitive uses. So that's why the conditions of approval are what they are. The property itself is located in a C1 zone. Oh, I'll hear about this later. The fact that I didn't open this up. I have a zone, I have a picture for you here. It's okay, because I can do this all on my slideshow. Share. want to hear about this later. So here you have a slide that shows you the location of Ojai Roots at 315 North Montgomery and the uses to the north, west, and south, all being residential. The uses that are residential, however, to the north and west are in the VMU zone, and to the south is an existing single-family residence. So that's just what I was going to describe. So there that is. There's a history of code compliance concerns related to the outdoor facility previously and currently, and staff recommends the Planning Commission maintain the majority of the conditions as they're written currently, with the exception of the ones that I've stated and that are in your staff report and resolution. I also want to note that in the current resolution for this evening, that's attachment A, page 2 of 4, the first whereas, there is a correction there. Third line, it says here that for the minor conditional use permit for dining facilities, it says with no minors, it should be with minors permitted, and then type 41 would be correct. So it's with minors, not without minors. So with that, I know there are people here to speak tonight, and I'm also here to answer any questions. The applicant is here and will want to speak, and she has her own presentation that she brought in this evening.
Thank you. Brianna. The audience will remain quiet or leave. Thank you. Go ahead, Brianna.
Okay. I'll just keep it here in the presentation. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Rihanna, and I'd like to take the opportunity to provide context about the history and origins of Ojai Roots. I started this business with a friend many years ago in the backyard of a family spa in Ojai. It's funny as I reflect back because I never really set out to build a business. We had a love for gardening, nature, and community that was fostered by our experience of growing up in Ojai and attending schools like Topa Topa, Miramani, Matilaha, Nordhoff, and Ojai Valley School. This love for nature started a mission of planting the first seeds in an abandoned patch of dirt. As I reflect here tonight, I realize that in many ways, those first seeds are what brings us here almost a decade later. The original garden provided our family and neighbors with all the organic bounty that Ojai had to offer. This ranged from vegetables of all shapes and colors to stone fruit, citrus, avocados, and eventually more refined products such as avocado oil, olive oil, fresh juices, and so much more. The garden became so abundant that its abundance became a problem for us. We were growing more food than we knew what to do with, and we realized that to keep this project going, we would have to begin serving a community larger than our own neighborhood. The first sales of produce were to places like Rainbow Bridge, Ojai Valley Inn, Noshola, and Farmer and the Cook. While we ended up serving what feels like so many restaurants, stores, and food businesses in the valley, we will always be grateful to those first initial businesses that got us started so long ago. Over the years, the community requested more from us. This was never more clear than during the years of the pandemic, when food processors, grocery stores, and supply chains all broke down. Suddenly, everyone seemed to realize the value of local food production rather than relying on the large-scale food industry. And this planted an idea to serve the community at a larger scale. The project would have the project would have to become more of a business and the community would guide its direction. And thankfully, as it always had, they spoke clearly. We began delivering farm boxes to approximately 350 addresses in Ojai, Miramani, Oakview, and even a community drop in Ventura. As COVID ended, community desires shifted slightly away from the farm box deliveries and more back towards real-world experiences. For Ojai Roots, this culminated in our time as a vendor at the Ojai Community Farmers Market. Here, I met so many people that we had not had a chance to meet by dropping off a farm box at their doorstep. The farmers market taught the value of experiences and the community's demands for it. Finally, Ojai Roots could provide samples, interact with their community, and share a passion. But this all ended at 7 p.m. each Thursday, when we had to hurriedly repack delicate peaches and unsold lettuce heads that have been misted for hours attempting to keep them fresh. And it was in the Ojai summer heat just so they wouldn't go to waste. These first years were difficult for the business financially and involved very long days in the dirt, sun, wind, and rain. Just like it had done throughout childhood, the community encouraged through these times and continued showing a desire for a long-term food, hospitality, and farm business. I hope that Ojai Roots may serve as an example of how complex systems involving farming, water, food, and environment can be thoughtfully integrated with and supported by neighbors, visitors, community, businesses, and local government. In many ways, Ojai already serves this example, and we are all fortunate to call it home. Bringing things back to this evening, what actually brings us here now is neither the beginning nor the end of the Ojai Roots story. We are all here tonight for far more technical and slightly more boring reasons. Here's a little history on the technical stuff that brings us here. In setting out to open a farm shop, Ojai Roots had already had many years of experience and a sense of the community's desires. However, even for an established business, there were many uncertainties in opening a permanent farm shop. No business plan can fully predict with complete accuracy the customer demands, community desires, and real-world logistics of operating. Because of this, because we would be operating at a location where a previous business had existed before, that meant inheriting an existing permit. Looking over the permit, it wasn't tailored specifically to our business, and it had existed before, so that meant inheriting an existing permit. It would work, looking over the permit, it wasn't tailored specifically to our business, but it would work to launch the business and operate within its requirements. But beyond being a business owner, I knew that I was first and foremost a neighbor. In fact, I grew up just down the street from Montgomery Street. More important than technical details were our core values as members of the community and neighbors to so many for so long. Respect, courtesy, and professional conduct. These are the core values of Ojai Roots and the values we instilled in each and every one of our employees, who I am so proud of and immensely grateful for, some of which are here. The employees make this business possible, and watching them develop responsibilities, skills, lasting relationships with so many members of our community has been one of the greatest sources of pride. So before getting to the exact requests up for discussion tonight, if I could just take a couple more minutes, I'd love to show you some of the photos collected over the years, which document the transformation of those first seeds planted as kids and the journey of building Ojai Roots into what it is today. I can walk over and show it to you, but. So, this is a little presentation. We had this crazy idea of turning this backyard into a patch working farm, and we set sorry.
Is it possible to put this on a screen so that everybody can see it?
How large is it? If it's not too large.
What we could do is take public comments and then come back to the presentation. How would that work out?
Yeah, this just basically shows
I will open the public hearing at this time. And I only have one card, and that is from Bill Miley.
There's a lot of cards. I can grab
I don't have them.
Okay, I asked everyone to fill cards. Oh, thank you.
Okay, you have lots of time to do that. Mr. Miley. We're going to be here a long time.
Hello. I've been involved in this for a long time. I've been here 55 years. And I saw that first building 20 or so years ago when they built the first story, tried to build the second story, stopped, became a derelict. And I don't know how many months it was there. So somehow, the city worked out a deal with somebody to complete the second story, and it became a little business. And they got a commercial zoning, spot zoning, in an area that was residential, with businesses like retirement homes and such, and multi-zoning for the Oaks. I do want to recognize, because I've read all the material and the public comments, the positive comments from families and children about the services that Ojai Roots providing and is developing and adding. It's wonderful. So Ojai Roots suffers from a conflicted past planning zoning decisions. The first building I just told you about became a derelict. City's effort, Triple-One Ramble experience, and the neighbor conflicts. That was a mess. I was involved in that. Right now, this request is designed to make the neighborhood disturbance even worse. There are no buffers as required from businesses to other zoned areas to residential areas, walls, distances, trees, whatever. They want to expand the hours from 7 in the morning to 10 p.m. It's a residential zone. Adding up to 35 guests outdoors, it's a residential zone neighborhood. It tells me the applicant has not placed themselves in the position of the neighbors to look at it from their point of view. And they want to add liquor, 40% alcohol. People, when they drink, also lose their hearing, so they speak louder. So it seems to me that in your resolution, under whereas, number 3 is 100% wrong. It says, would not create significant noise, traffic, or other conditions or situations. I don't know where the people were, planners, when they wrote that. There's a history of noise, traffic, and conditions that are disturbing, lights, smoke. And number 2, it says, are there any objectionable or detrimental issues that would be affecting others in the area? Sure there are. There's a history of it. So, thank you for the notice. Anyway, the resolution is wrong. It was written by somebody who writes fiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. We have discovered a great many cards. Based on that, I would ask of you to not repeat other people who are speaking, you can just say that you agree with them or agree on a certain point. It's just for the amount of time this is going to take. So we appreciate brevity. The first person whose card I have is Trent Bastolio, maybe? What did I do to your name, Trent?
Oh, you didn't butcher it that bad.
Okay.
Bartfolio. But it's okay.
Aha,
I'll take whatever you say. The first name is all that matters, right?
that's right.
So I'm here to speak on behalf of Ojai Roots. I've worked for this family in particular for the past 4 years, not directly, but through my own business. And I really enjoy working for these people. Their mentality is something I don't see in every business owner. I've been doing pest control for 12 years, and I have a lot of people I want to fix their issues, but they're not really willing to do so. And these people are willing to, if they see anything of concern, the smallest thing, they want to point it out, make sure I'm aware of it, and make sure we're nipping it in the bud as soon as possible. They take very good care of their property. They have workers out there, I think at least twice a week. I call it the Ojai Valley Inn mentality, keeping things nice, looking pristine all the time, which is also going to keep pests at bay, right? So I just think they're a great business. I love working for Ree and Evan and other family members of theirs. They're amazing people. I think that they're great neighbors, I find that I'm a 32-year-old young man, and I've recently moved into a house myself 3 years ago that most of my neighbors I have great relationships with. But man, if I do something wrong just a little bit, maybe they'll judge me a little bit too much, and I'm not going to really go out of the way to explain myself, but I'll be there to help them out if they ever ask for it. I believe that Evan and Ree carry this mentality. And I believe their workers carry this mentality. I really think they're a business that if we were to remove them or to hamper their existence in this valley, it would be a detriment to the valley. In my opinion, they are the definition of Ojai Valley. I grew up personally with Ree, and I've been to school with her since high school. I just met Evan recently these last 3 years, but Ree has always been a beautiful person, extremely empathetic. She thinks about everyone. And I know if there was ever somebody who had an issue with something going on, if they just took the time, just like how we should here, and communicate these issues, they would probably be willing to work for a solution. I know that's not the world we live in today, unfortunately, but I believe that we are Ohioans, and I still believe we can get back to that, and that's something I'm trying to do in my own community. Also, I'm a neighbor to a business myself. I have a business on my right side. It's a little bit different. They're not open on the weekends. I got 2 businesses across the street from my house. They are open on the weekends. One's a gym. They get a little crazy. I'm a young man, so it's a lot harder for me to complain. So I completely understand the concerns when it comes to noises and things like that. But again, these 2 individuals, I believe that they're very important members of the community, and they're continuing to grow and do so if you allow them to. I really believe that. I just don't think, that's pretty much it right there.
Thank
right
you,
on
Trent.
time. All right, thank you so much, guys.
Jeffrey Booz?
Hello, my name is Jeff Booz. I'm a resident of Ojai. My family and I actually evacuated here after the Eaton fire in Altadena. We chose Ojai because it reminded us a lot of the community that we had. And, I have to say, my family and I have found such a home at Ojai Roots. We have found friends, community. I also think hindering this expansion and just modification will hinder so many other things and have a detrimental aspect to the community, jobs, tax revenue, you name it. So I am in full support of the modification. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We could do without the applause. Jody Chapman?
Good evening. My name is Jody Chapman, and I'm a resident here in Ojai. I'm a mother of two. I just had a beautiful daughter 3 weeks ago, and I wanted to make it out to support my good friends and now family, Rhea and Evan. I had the pleasure of working with them in the early stages of their brand, their business. I helped them with their logo designs, their early website, some of the packaging, the farm boxes, and I've really seen the passion and vision that they've brought to the table. And from the beginning, it's always been about bringing fresh farm produce and really marrying that with the community. And as a mother, I'm in this community every day. I'm gonna get emotional because I'm my hormones. But as a young mother, we crave community. There's a lot of mothers here that are nursing in public and want a safe space for us to take our babies in the morning to get coffee and to get smoothies. And, unfortunately now we can't even enjoy burgers with our family, meeting up with, young families. And I think that's what the beauty of Ojai brings is, being able to bring your family to have nourishing, beautiful food, sharing it with the community. And I think Rhea and Evan have done that beautifully every week. Not only are they bringing us their produce and their beautiful burgers and their food, but they're also bringing in, other businesses, pop-ups, things where we can show, young artisans and being able to have a place for conversation and just to enjoy each other. And I think that's what Ojai is about. And I really hope that, you can kind of see it and see all these people here that are supporting just to bring that community back to Ojai. So thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Again, we're trying to get through this quickly, not drag it out. Okay. What do you think? Mr. Brown? Miss Brown? What's your first name?
My name's Dwyer Brown.
Dwyer.
I was too young to complain about it, so.
Thank you.
My name's Dwyer Brown. I've lived in the Ojai Valley for 35 years. My wife's been here for 47, her whole life. I've been active in the fight against Weldon Canyon Dump and the tower up on Sulphur Mountain. And as we all know, there's been a lot of things have intruded on our little life here in Ojai, but I think Ojai Roots is one of those that is not in that category. So I'm in favor of the modification of their permit, and I guess I don't have much more to say than that, but I think they're a good down-home business, and they're creating a good atmosphere here in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwyer. Larry Steingold?
And good evening. I think it's great that the owner has all these people here supporting them. I think it's really important that everybody get involved and care. But I think this is more about a technical, like removing more tables, going from 35 to an unknown number, going from 9:30 or 7:30 to 10 o'clock to more, not necessarily better, but just more, having more events, making that unlimited. And I think there's a way that we can accomplish both by saying, okay, you want more than 35, make it 40, do something different, because it's going to be inch by inch. Like they want to come in the future to have a liquor license. And that's how it starts out. You're surrounded by residential, which is not unlike Three Birds or before that with the backing up to the house with the 20 feet and the 10 feet with the sound issues regarding a VMU and residential. So here it's more of I don't want to call it encroaching, but an expansion of an ongoing business, and there's maybe a way to generate more income and not make it so open-ended, where it's unlimited people, because it says life safety. I don't know what life safety means in the backyard. Is it 100 people? Is it 50 people? Is it 300 people? Don't know. Unlimited events. And it's just more. And then you get into parking, and then you get into other issues. But they need a way to generate more income to keep their business going. So maybe there's a match here somewhere, but I don't think it's removing all the table, unlimited numbers, unlimited events, 10 o'clock at night. It's still a residential neighborhood, even though it bumps up. Maybe it shouldn't have been there before, but here, this is where we are, and you got to deal with it. So help them a little. Next, maybe as they progress, next year, 3 years, they'll come back. We want more. We can do this. We've proven ourselves. and sort of make it happen. But to say completely no, I don't know about that, but to completely yes is the other way, which doesn't work either, so thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Angus Beverly.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. My name is, as you know, Angus Beverly, and yeah, I go back with Ojai. I'm a proud SPUD alumni, student body president, by the way, but we don't want to count about that. And my parents still live in Ojai, and my wife and I, we take our little girl up here as much as we can. Ojai is my home, and it's always going to be like that. I provided a more detailed comment letter. I'm an attorney with a significant background in land use and municipal law, which I discussed kind of more the nitty-gritty of my comments, but I totally support Ojai Roots, and I really just think it's a shame because I thoroughly enjoyed just spending time at Ojai Roots, and now I can't bring my 7 months, with my wife and see our friends, and it's just, we don't have a big house in Ojai. We don't have space, but space is sacred, and we need a place to be together as a community. And I don't know, it's just really important for us to have that. And I wholly support Rihanna and the business. They're very thorough and detailed, and they do things right. And I don't know, driving over here today, I saw a guy walking a doodle, and he had a shirt that said, "Support live music." And I just thought that was funny, And we really need a place to have, community. And, I think live music is going to be a part of that. So I thoroughly support having clarification as to what's amplified music and what's allowed there, because Ojai needs space and we need community, and that's what keeps the lights on. So I thoroughly support Ojai Roots, and I think you can see more detail in my comment letter about some of the planning documents. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Angus. Keela Merritt.
Typed mine up because I'm really nervous, but my name is Kayla. I'm a third generation Ojai local. I have 2 children and I live directly behind Ojai Roots. I'm here to express my strong support for the business because my experience as one of its closest neighbors differs significantly from the complaints you've received. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. I'm sorry.
Don't be nervous. We've all had to get up there for the first time.
Ojai Roots has been a respectful, family-friendly neighbor that brings fresh food to our community and provides a welcoming gathering place for local families. The emphasis placed on leaf blowers, noise, odors, and other everyday neighborhood activities in the letters submitted against Ojai Roots does not reflect the reality of what neighboring residents experience. The neighbors directly bordering the Ojai Roots parking lot regularly use a leaf blower and a shop vac at 6:30 in the morning to remove oak leaves from the tree that is in my backyard. Every day, at least twice a day, there is a leaf blower from not Ojai Roots. The concerns raised about the barbecue smells and the music are also difficult to reconcile with the reality of living in a neighborhood. Most of us have barbecues, enjoy meals outside, and play music in our own backyard. I think that's called living in a neighborhood, not creating a nuisance. To portray normal neighborhood activities as disruptions while attributing them to Ojai Roots is not an accurate representation of what is actually occurring in our community. From my perspective, the greatest source of tension in our neighborhood has not been Ojai Roots, but the ongoing disputes involving members of the condos to the left of Ojai Roots and surrounding neighbors. I have personally witnessed members of those condos repeatedly filing complaints, contacting landlords, photographing patrons on the sidewalk, and yelling at Ojai Roots employees, customers, and fellow neighbors. These repeated confrontations have created far more disruption in my day-to-day experience than anything associated with Ojai Roots. While respectful disagreement is a natural part of any community, repeatedly confronting employees, customers, and neighbors crosses the line from civic engagement to harassment and intimidation. I ask the council to look beyond repeated complaints and consider the experiences of those who live alongside this business every day. Ojai Roots has been a good neighbor and deserves to be evaluated based on its actual impact, not on conflicts driven by a small number of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Paul Graham.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Paul.
I was kind of there when Ojai Roots started. I'm Evan's brother. So I was able to experience it grow and become this wonderful thing. And it is hard not to repeat all the fantastic things you've already heard. But I do want to say, everyone who's in support of Ojai Roots, can you raise your hands? Just so then you guys can see from the community of what this place actually means. And living outside of Ojai, I can even understand how much of an impact Ojai Roots has made. My gardener told me one day when I was trying to think of some way in order to get their wonderful sandwiches all the way up to Carpinteria. And the gardener's like, oh, I'm familiar with Ojai Roots. I would love to do that because I love to visit it. Restricting Ojai Roots is not just restricting this one business. It's restricting what Ojai can do as a community, the impact that it has greater beyond it. And allowing Ojai Roots to be able to expand the way that it is and what it's doing is also a way for Ojai to be more connected to a larger group and a larger world. So I want to say thank you so much for listening to me, listening to all these wonderful people, and hopefully we can have more respectful ways for all of the people of Ojai to actually understand and believe in Ojai Roots. I've been mortified hearing about how, this business, this wonderful business, is being harassed by these few specific people. And I just don't understand why or how. When you heard of how many people here, you've seen it, love this place and want it to grow and want it to be valuable. They really want all of you guys to come over and enjoy how wonderful this place is. It's truly fantastic. And as someone who's not really a fan of Ojai, it actually reminded me of how great Ojai is and changed my mind. So I hope that Ojai Roots can change your mind too, and you can allow it to be what it is and to talk to them responsibly. As you can hear from all these people, that a lot of these other people that are complaining about Ojai Roots are not talking to Ojai Roots responsibly and might have a different idea of what it is. If you allow Ojai Roots to be what it is, you'll find that it's willing to compromise, it's willing to grow, and it's willing to be respectful. Maybe more respectful than some neighbors are to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, we have Robert Glover next. This is bring your children to planning commission night, isn't it?
I apologize, my other child needed to use the restroom, so I'm left with the baby. Greetings to you, members of the City Council. My name is Robert Glover. I'm an Ojai resident and an active member of the Ojai community. I live in Ojai and I work for Ojai Roots. I took this job because I wanted to work for a business that supports local agriculture and provides healthy food for families. I'm extremely proud of the work that we do, providing healthy produce and food to locals. I am, however, disappointed to not be able to serve families and people of all ages. It's also disappointing to not be able to have my family and my 2 small children be able to come visit me at work. It saddens my wife and children that they cannot visit me, and it takes away from the time that we could potentially be able to spend with one another. I've come here today to humbly ask that you grant Ojai Roots the ability to change their license type so that people of all ages can be allowed on the premises. In addition to the way these rules affect me personally, I believe that they negatively affect our local community. This neighborhood would be much better served by a family gathering place with healthy local food than a bar that is only for people who are 21 and over. Please help us change this rule so we can better serve Ojai families. I'd like to say that we strive to be incredibly respectful of our neighbors, and we go to great lengths to ensure that we're not a disturbance. We have noise monitors, things that measure decibel levels to make sure that our noise is not over the appropriate levels. There is actually a large barrier next to us, a large cement wall that separates us from many of our neighbors. And I just know the great lengths that we go to be respectful and consider it my personal responsibility to do that. And so I can promise you guys that we will be as respectful as possible and respect all of the rules, and just ask that we be able to allow families and change to that type 41 license is especially my concern. I guess I'd like to quickly speak on the limitation of events. I would just like you all to know that by limiting the events, you limit the things that we're able to do for the community. Normally, when we're doing an event, it's because we're approached by community members who want to do something to promote their local businesses, their things that they make, the businesses they start, things like that. It's not just because we want to throw a party. It's normally because we're trying to support a local person in the community who's trying to promote their business or trying to create a local gathering in a positive way. And it's not just a money grab. It's normally in support of other members of the community who want to make a gathering or promote their business or things like that. So I would just want to suggest to you that we not limit the amount of events that we do, because these are events that are for the community and by the community, and not just things that we put on ourselves. It's mostly coming from others that we want to help.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you for your time.
Brett, really? Brett Nyman?
Hi, I'm Brett Nyman. I'm the president of the Homeowners Association next door to I won't say Tipple and Ramble, Ojai Roots. This property was once a cooking school about 20 years ago, which was allowed wine tasting to be paired with meals. The next owner of Tipple and Ramble came along a few years later, ripped out the herb garden, put in a patio, and she applied for a business license to be a specialty food store with wine tasting. She applied for an ABC license to do wine tasting and beer tasting. I guess they do beer in little shots or something. But she opened really one of the largest backyard bars surrounded by homes illegally and operated for 7 years illegally without an M Cup. When it was found out, the city made her apply for an M Cup. Because of all the complaints of amplified music and loud parties, and I mean, there were parties till 1 in the morning, the restrictions were put in place wisely by city staff and by the Planning Commission at the time 4 years ago to restrict hours of operation, days of operation wisely. And it's very wise for this city staff to be recommending you not to change those restrictions to protect the neighborhood. When Rihanna applied, she wrote to Maura 2 years ago, I plan to run the same type of business currently running on the property. My project description is a wine and beer bar with a Type 42 license, operating under the same hours, same restrictions, and same entitlements currently in place with the existing cup. But she didn't do that. For the last 2 years, there's been multiple code violations, M-Cup violations. A Type 42 license has no children in the bar. For 2 years, she's had probably hundreds of children in the bar. She had a very small sign on the front door that said no minors allowed, but they let minors in. And then finally, ABC made them put big signs up that said no one under 21 allowed. She's now trying to change. It's like if I went through town, running through stop signs and speeding, and then I came to you and said, I want you to take out the stop signs and raise the speed limit to 60 miles an hour. This is what they're asking you to do tonight in changing all those very wise rules that were put in place to protect the neighborhood and the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. The next speaker is Jeff Ide? Okay.
Thank you. Yes, most people don't get it right the first time, so thank you very much.
I had multiple possibilities.
Yes, my name is Jeff Ide, and my wife Mary and I live at 403 North Montgomery. Good evening, everyone. Great to be here. We're right adjacent to Ojai Roots, and we have been customers of Ojai Roots and continue to be. We love the farm box, and we find it a very good service to the community. Mary and I purchased our home 2 years ago, before Ojai Roots opened. At the time, we carefully reviewed the permits for Ojai Roots as part of our purchase decision. And we found that there was an M Cup and a Type 42 alcohol license, that it was put together with a great deal of thought, and it was also very reasonable for us to live comfortably with a farm store and a wine business embedded basically in the residential community. Our concern at this point is really that expanding the permitted uses and hours of operation beyond what's in the current M Cup would have a substantial negative impact on the neighborhood. Over the past 18 months or so, we've observed Ojai Roots operating what we understand to be outside the conditions of that February 24 permit. And having seen and documented these expanded uses, we've already been experiencing some of the intrusive sound and intrusive light and smoke impacts if the M Cup were to be expanded. We can understand why Ojai Roots would like to expand the existing M Cup. Expanding food service and welcoming minors seems like it's a natural step in order to grow the business. And it's, as you're hearing tonight, understandable that many people in the broader community would think similarly, certainly because they can come and visit and enjoy it for a little while and be entertained and then return to their homes. But the justification to expand the business really breaks down when we factor in the residential impact on those of us who live nearby. That is our home. We are at home, and we're without a buffer from the business. We have to repeatedly and increasingly now experience intrusive impacts like escalating sound pollution from amplified music and crowd noise, which Bill was talking about, and it's exacerbated by alcohol consumption. It disrupts not just our backyard use, but also our inside living, even if we close the windows. Smoke from barbecuing forces us also to close our windows. Reduced parking for visiting family and friends has certainly become an issue. The intrusive outdoor lights that get left on occasionally and shine through our windows. Wow, loud morning deliveries that wake us up as early as 5:15, and just stress about what can happen next.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay. Let me just ask one thing that of the Planning Commission to please give equal consideration to the interests of the residents to preserve the conditions established. Thank you very much.
Javier Arango?
Hello, good evening, Commission. My name is Javier Arango. I am the vice chair of the board of a nonprofit located in Los Angeles called Hollywood Food Coalition. We're in the business of food rescue and providing food for the food insecure. We have received donations from Ojai Roots, and so can sort of account to them as positive agents. I will say that this has given me some exposure to sort of food systems in Southern California, and I've learned that organic farming is very difficult. The margins are very slim, but yet they produce a product that we value, that I think communities value in organic, regenerative agriculture. And so I think the least that can be done to demonstrate the value of that kind of product to a community is to extend to farm shops like Ojai Roots the minimum sort of rights that would be given to comparable businesses. So at least the ability to welcome children and families, the ability to host events and to operate at sort of normal operating hours. I think that's what we can do to demonstrate the value that is given to this community. I think large factory farms will never have a problem because they have economies of scale putting lettuce in supermarkets, and so they don't need this kind of support. But I think if we want to recognize the value as a community of the local agriculture that Ojai Roots provides, I think what can be done is to extend to them the rights that would be given to other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. Michelle Bosch?
Hello. I'm going to try not to repeat, so I'm going to shorten my remarks. I am both a customer and a fan of Ojai Roots. I'm also a former owner of 409 North Montgomery and live next to Tipple and Ramble. I'm here today just to give you a sense of what it's like to live in a mixed village use. And most importantly, I'm not against Ojai Roots. I'm really just talking about mixed village use and what that means when you're changing the line. I think that everybody has due diligence when they buy a property, when they invest in a business, and I think, and I'm not going to butcher your name and have everybody shout at me, it's Rian? She said in her opening remarks she did her due diligence to find out what the MCUP was and to make sure that her business could do it. And she did her due diligence. Just like property owners, when I purchased my property, I did my due diligence to find out what the properties in a mixed village use was. And the due diligence was it was a wine tasting. Tipple and Ramble operated outside of that, and we had a lot of problems with amplified music. And depending on where you are in the neighborhood, it's impactful at different places in the neighborhood. I know one neighbor sat up here and said it didn't impact her, but I know where I lived, it absolutely impacted my outside use. And as you go into different places, it impacts your inside use and your outside use. But we all have due diligence. And so we worked with the city, we got the MCUP in place that worked. And it barely worked. It's not fair to move the line. But she did her due diligence, we did our due diligence, and if you're changing the type, the liquor license from a type 41 to 42 or 42 to 41, whatever it is, you're moving the line again. And you're moving the line for a business that unfortunately she knew the rules to begin with and she hasn't chosen to follow it. And I say that with such sincerity because she has so much support and she's running a business and a small business that provides a great service to Ojai. And I'm a fan of hers and I'm a customer of hers. But she may have chosen the wrong location to really do a wine and bar place where we're expanding out to 40, 50, 60 people. And it's not like when you're in a neighborhood and somebody throws a party. You know, it's a one-off. It's Saturday night. You deal with the noise, right? But we're talking about a night after night. It's consistent. It's every weekend. That's not fair. Thank you.
Michelle. David Barry.
Hi. I'm here to support Ojai Roots. I'm not going to repeat too many people, but I am Evan's cousin. We're very, very close-knit family. They took me in during a tricky time in my youth when I briefly attended Ojai Valley School, and so Ojai means a lot to me. I've been coming out here for a long time. And I'd like to briefly speak on the character and intentions of Evan and Ree. I know that we have very strong values. We're the third generation of a really close family. We've done a lot of great things together. We do lots of things together, even involved in some businesses together. And the family has really strong values, and I have no doubt that family values are really important to them and what they do here. And I know that when the time is right, my wife and I would like to have children and make them a part of this community as well. So at the very least, allowing children at Ojai Roots is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Lee Scher. Could you just come up and say that one sentence? We need you on the microphone is the problem. Would you like to say that to the microphone?
I'm so sorry. It's already been said so eloquently by the father and his baby and the young mom here, and just right, the no-brainer to allow minors. We talk a lot in Ojai about making the community friendly for young families and accessible, and there's not that many places where children can run around outside and have after-school snacks. So that's all. You all.
Thank you, Lee. Brad Hall.
Hi, I'm Brad Hall. I actually live directly next to Ojai Roots at 391 North Montgomery. And I just want to say, this is an opportunity for me to turn around and say, hello, Brianna. I'm not against Ojai Roots as a concept. I'm not against Ojai Roots as a strong sense of community. Clearly, there are a lot of people here that really love what that business does. I love the explanation of regenerative farming and produce. Those are all things that I can get behind. The truth is, though, that business, as great as it is to operate, is in fact a wine bar that has operated for many years prior to Ojai Roots coming onto the scene. There may be a juice component, a coffee component, produce component, but at the end of the day, it is the meeting place where many people go to drink wine and to enjoy themselves. And that is what I have to wake up to every day and hear. And I will say that as much as I want to support this business, I also know that every night that I go to bed, I have to think to myself, what's it going to be tonight? Is it going to be a surprise Monday night wedding reception that is going to happen outside of my windows that I have to close? Do I have to close my windows tonight so that I don't have to be awakened at 6 a.m. by a delivery truck that is delivering that early in the morning? Last Tuesday, there were 4 deliveries that started at 6 a.m. And it is a business that is growing beyond what maybe I think was intended when it was first started. I really, honest to goodness, from the moment that they moved in, we wanted them to be a success. We wanted to support it. We actually sent really bad, and forgive me, bottles of champagne to you with a card that said, "Welcome to the neighborhood." It's not that we are not wanting to do this, but we want to do it in the proper way that really respects the space that is there, that had been there for years before they even got there, that was in contention years prior to them being there. Everybody can show up and love Ojai Roots. I love that it would be a family place. Maybe take the alcohol out and then have it be a family place. That might be contentious too. But I think that ultimately at the end of the day, everybody that enjoys that space, they can go home. They enjoy it for a couple of hours, they go home. I don't go home. I have to live with the music coming out of there. I have to live with the smoke that blows into my home, not just the smoke from the barbecue that they have on a weekly Thursday night barbecue, but the people that come outside the business in the alley between our buildings and, will smoke cigarettes and I've actually seen them even carrying glasses of wine outside. So I'm not saying that's a common occurrence, but it is a recurring occurrence. And it's part of the footprint that they're leaving that I feel really should not be expanded. And I can love them, and I want to know them, and I want to be their neighbors. And it's a two-way street. So thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Next, we have Lori Brown. Okay, no Lori Brown, all right. Randy, is it Chapman?
Hi, my name's Randy Chapman. I have grown up in Ojai, 5 generations of family in this community. I think there's a couple key points that seem to be missed in some of the things that I've heard people talking about. One, I feel like there's a lot of past transgressions from a previous business being held against Ojai Roots, which I don't think is fair. Secondly, this town has shifted in such a way over the last 10, 15 years where there's nearly nowhere for families to go. Where these restaurants are chasing, Michelin nods here and there and catering towards tourism, you know, people with kids who grow up here and live here feel ostracized, like we can't go out on the weekends. And Roots has been a place where we've been able to bring our family, have a burger, not smothered in seed oil, talk. 80% of the people there during those family times aren't drinking. I don't drink wine. I like to spend time there because it's a beautiful place, it's a great ambiance, and my kid's happy being outside. We don't have much of that in this town, and I think it's a shame that we would even question whether that should be allowed for this community. I don't know how many of you have started businesses and had to struggle through what it means to take a risk, to invest capital, and then be told that that door is closed for you, you can't do that, we'll limit how many patrons you can have. All of the things that they're trying to do today are diversifying away from alcohol. They're opening doors for the community to participate in their business away from the things that people are most spiteful about. When you serve food and families come, my kid's not drinking, I'm not drinking, I'm watching my child and having a burger. When we have a farm market where you can buy produce and I need pasta for the dish I'm about to go cook, and I can go swing by and grab that on the way home from the gym. These are all good things that are allowing that business to sustain itself, diversify away from the alcohol, and create something that's making an impact in the community. And I think a lot of that hasn't really been hammered home from my perspective, and I hope you guys take that into consideration.
Thank you, Randy. We have come to the end of the blue cards. No, we haven't. Okay, come on up.
I wasn't going to speak. My name is Ariel Lorimore.
Could you bring me the card, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
I don't have prepared comments. One thing, while I think of it, is mentioning about not drinking and so forth. This is a wine bar, and from our experience of being neighbors, there's drinking every night that they are open, and I believe I understood that they were actually perhaps in the future looking to have hard alcohol as well. So that doesn't quite support that view. I totally feel for the young people that are speaking tonight about wanting a family place and community. And I think that is what every age would like to have up here. I just feel that this particular place with the M Cup that was in place when this business started was not meant to be. They didn't intend it to be like a community center for children. I mean, I'm not against children. Children can come. But this is really a wine bar. And I love the idea they do organic farming and boxes and so forth. That's where I've been in the last 50 years. But I do think it's a little for us like living next to Libby Park, Libby Bowl, where you are restricted to the amount of, venues that there are. And in this case, we have them 4 or 5 nights a week, not events, but noise and potential events. And to extend that to 7 days a week and the hours till 10 o'clock at night. And I also will note that there have been violations of the M Cup, which doesn't lend us confidence that increasing these, lessening the restrictions, that they will be abided by either. And we have tried to speak and we've not found ourselves able to or they have not willingly met with us in person to talk over our complaints. And I do wish them well. I've known this girl, actually, from the time she was quite young. And I think she's a beautiful person, and her family is. I just think somehow this has grown like Topsy in a place that it's not meant to be, really, in a way, for what their vision is. I think their vision is wonderful. I'm not sure this is the location for it. So.
Thank you, Ariel. Okay. Have we got all the blue cards in from the audience? All right. Is there anyone online, Sherry?
Yes, 2 people. I just put Nori Harn.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm here, I'm legal representative for La Amistad Villa Owners Association. You've already heard from a ton of folks about their personal experiences, both for and against this business. I'm not really here to speak on any of that. I'm here to speak on the law, and I'll make this very brief. So these requested changes to the MCUP, they are major. You know, they substantially expand the approved use, and that's fine, and that's great from a business perspective, but there are procedures in place as required by the code. One of those procedures is that for major changes to conditional use permits, a new entitlement application is required. Okay, and then beyond that, this commission is required to make specific findings. And those findings are kind of itemized under 10-2-2406, so I won't get into the nitty gritty of all that, but I just want to bring that to this commission's attention that this request, although it has a ton of community support, it simply hasn't followed the proper procedures. There's no data, there's no studies, there's nothing for this commission to base any kind of decision on as to how the surrounding sensitive uses will be impacted. And so, you know, with that, I will close and kind of respectfully reiterate what our position is, which is that this commission ought to retain the existing conditions as recommended by its staff and disapprove of, you know, the remaining proposed changes until at least more data is presented and the proper procedures are followed.
Thank you, Nori. We have Mark. Mark, are you there?
He's on, but he might be muted.
Mark Bagby. Okay, let's move on to Andy. Is there an Andy?
No, it's Andy Whitman, and he did not have his hand raised. I think I accidentally put him on, so never mind.
Never mind. Okay. In that case, we will close the public hearing. We will bring it back to the commissioners for your questions and your comments. Who would like to start?
So, I'm sorry, excuse me. We don't have the laptop ability. However, the applicant did have a presentation that she was going to show on her laptop. So perhaps we would go back to the way she was starting to do it to begin with, which is showing it to you but turning your microphones around so you can actually hear what she's saying. Is that appropriate?
I think it's okay. I really wanted to just tell the story of my business, Ojai Roots, and I appreciate all the comments from our community. And at the end of the day, I think the ask is just to modify the current CUP because the business that was there previously is just so different from what I have and what I want to do there and what I'm doing. So that's really the ask. I think a lot of you guys have been just open to the public. You've seen what we do. I've explained as much as I can in a couple minutes on how it started a decade ago. So I think it's not necessary to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rihanna. Okay, back to the commissioners. Who would like to start? I see pages of notes.
Me first, I guess. Huh? Well, there's a lot happening here. I think in some ways we're becoming the charm versus harm committee. You know, how much charm and how much harm can happen here in town a little bit. And I think what I would mention off the top too, thank you to everyone speaking on all sides of the issue. And I think for all of us, I know when the couple of us who went to the site and did a site visit, we're trying to consider the issue carefully. And I think we understand in broad terms what's happening. I have a little bit of a different viewpoint on a couple of things that I just want to mention. I knew the previous operator. I think the current operator should have zero responsibility for anything that happened on that property, and I think that's a principle. It's both a principle we should operate with going forward, and it's not meant to be a derogatory comment toward the prior owner, operator. So I think our viewpoint needs to start there. I have a little bit of a question, and I want to make sure I'm not confused. On the staff side, I'm seeing that we are both VMU and C1. In the report, page 1 says we're C1, page 2 says we're VMU. What are we here?
So the 315 North Montgomery is C1, and adjacent to the north is VMU.
Okay.
Adjacent to the south is C1, existing residential.
Okay. And then the other thing, to my knowledge, again, checking some facts here, Type 41 does allow kids, and that is out of the purview, actually, of our committee. That's an ABC regulation, correct?
Whether they allow children or not is an ABC thing, yes.
Yes.
Yes, however,
So that's
a
a
liquor-
little bit off the table, would
Well-
be my understanding of that,
well,
unless
the-
we condition something.
Well, a director's exemption is required for for the ABC license. So that's going along with the whole permit process here. And so the conditions of approval right now say that they have a 42, which does not allow minors. And that's in the conditions of approval, stating that that's the ABC license that they have. So they're asking to change their ABC license, and the ABC is okay with it as long as they get their conditional approval from the city of Ojai.
Yeah, and I understand that inside the C1, everyone who has a liquor license in the C1 is required to have a director's exemption.
For outdoor, for the outdoor activity.
Okay, so our purview is the patio.
Yes, yes.
Just to be clear, one way
Yes.
of seeing this, our purview is the patio. It actually isn't the people or the operation or the community that it builds or anything. Specifically, we can really only condition what happens on that patio.
The activity outside, yes.
I have a couple of questions that I think the operator would probably be the best person to answer those, but do we know if the kitchen requirements for a type 41 are met? Yeah.
Yes, after speaking with the ABC in Ventura County, it is, it's just, we go through a discussion of what our menu is, and they have approved that. We are a bona fide eating place.
So today you have documentation from them that you do have the kitchen for the type 41?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. And the real question there that I'm asking is, do we have our sequencing correct? Are we getting ready to make a decision or have a viewpoint about something where the type 41 permit from the ABC, the evaluation on their kitchen, may not be met yet? So I'm just checking my way through this because there's a lot of energy around this one. I have a question about the proximity of the complaint specific to this operator. So my understanding is you have been in business for 2 years, is that correct?
In that property, yes,
Yeah,
but the
okay.
business.
Within that 2-year period, what is the actual, and let's separate that a complaint and a violation are actually two different things?
Yes.
Okay, and we need to be sure we don't conflate those
That's
two
true.
items. So first, if we consider complaints, how many complaints have been in this 2-year period?
I'm sorry, but I don't have the number of exact complaints.
Okay, so that would, and that kind of goes to our email that we would want to know something about there. And then is it also that same case on the violations? Do we know the number of violations in that 2-year period?
We have 3 verified violations.
Okay, in the 2-year period.
In the last 60 days.
In the
I think-
last 60 days.
In the last 60 days?
Yes.
Okay, and then, maybe it's just me, but there's I'll just do something radical and inject a little bit of common sense. I'm always concerned when complaints come close to hearings, and that's just me. And so my concern is that there's an attempt to paint an impression, and I would say one way or the other, actually, just neutrally, when people know we're gonna come to the dais here and have a discussion, that I'm leery of complaints that come in hot within that window of discussion. And I'm just mentioning that, actually, there's no follow-on. And then I'm gonna make one more comment, and then I'm gonna pause. There was a comment made that let's kind of what I would call, let's test and learn here. Let's do a little and see what we learn. And from knowing the prior operator, that's been happening since 2013. And I actually disagree. Usually in everything in business, I believe test and learn so that you don't make a mistake. And everything in planning we should be kind of test and learn. In this case, I actually think we owe the operator a hard cap. What is the maximum terminal state of this piece of property? So that when you do your due diligence, you know that's C1, here's the terminal, the terminal destination of that property, here's what's gonna happen. Not that you wake up surprised that somebody has a campfire and a glass of wine in their hand right out your window celebrating a community event. So I actually believe that we do owe this operator, and this is a unique property, so we have to have a unique solution for you. Here is the cap, and I believe we should either approve or disapprove up to the cap that we decide, so that this person can make the basic decisions of being in business. Should I have a longer lease? Should I invest in the things that I need to invest in, or should I find another location? And so that's my early viewpoint, open to learning more, and sorry to be lengthy there, but given the volume of comments, I want to check my understanding as we go through here.
Thank you. Jonathan?
I'll continue just to maybe dig into some of the clarifications, because I do think that just to better understand, so can you guys help us paint a clear picture of sort of the zoning and land use intents of this site and around it? It seems like, so we have a mixed use zone. So what's allowed in the mixed use zoning, generally speaking?
I wish I had the computer available here. So in the mixed use zone, you can have commercial use and residential use. You can have both. That's the VMU.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. And so then we have commercial.
It's a transitional use, basically.
Transitional use. And right below it, which is this
zone.
This site as well as the sites to the south are commercial.
Correct.
Zoned commercial.
Zone
They're
commercial,
zoned
even
commercial.
though they are, several of them are residential.
Yes.
Pre-existing the zoning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you help clarify this thing that's come up throughout, which is the idea of the surrounding sensitive uses and how that sort of factors into this? Because I think if you look at it that way, I think it's a little bit unclear what we're talking about, because it feels like it's a mixed use zone and
Right.
there's like a commercial use here in a commercial use. This kind of seems like pretty expected even.
So when we have a mixed use zone or a residential zone or even a commercial zone, you got the zoning and then you have the use. And so the fact is that there are residential uses to the north and the west and the south. Whether they're zoned for residential or not, they are existing. And they're not, none of them are non-conforming, actually. They're allowed uses. So, and we consider residential uses to be sensitive.
I actually think they are the non-conforming.
Yeah.
Is the, not the VMU, however, perhaps the C1 immediately to the south.
Yes.
But it is an existing single-family residence.
Correct. Sure. The C1 does not allow for residential.
Okay.
Right.
I would also like to read, if I could, the VMU mixed-use district, basically the description. So the VMU zoning district is applied to areas suitable for the development of mixed-use residential and commercial land uses that support pedestrian or bicycle transportation modes and community interaction. The VMU zoning district is consistent with the village mixed-use land use designation of the general plan. So it's basically identifying at the very end consistency between the general plan and the zone itself.
Will you also read the C1?
Yes, above that is the C1 district. The C1 district is applied to areas appropriate for a range of community and tourist serving retail and service land uses. Typical land uses include general retail and personal services, hotels and motels, etc. The C1 zoning district is consistent with the general plan land use designation of the general plan. So it's showing, at the end, it's showing consistency.
I don't know if I have a ton of other questions around that. I think.
You want me to move it on and come back?
Yeah, yeah. I think that helps. Thank you, guys.
Katrina, what do you got?
I don't have any questions in particular, but one question is, I don't remember ever for any other restaurant in town deciding what particular, I don't think it's ever gone to the Planning Commission before, what ABC license they could have. It's alcohol sales, they can have alcohol. I don't know what the difference between 2 glasses of wine and a margarita, like to me, it's the same. So it's either you have alcohol or you don't. So I guess that's where I'm coming from. I think this is kind of an anomaly for us to talk about the ABC type. I mean, have we done this before?
Well, the reason that you're talking about the ABC type is because you're also talking about the director's exemption and a minor conditional use permit. And the reason you're doing that is because it was contentious and sensitive. And so the municipal code gives the director the ability to move it up to the Planning Commission, which we did in 21. And so that's why the Planning Commission is looking at it. And when it comes to the ABC license, we do look at the ABC license because the ABC needs our approval for the zone that it's going in, and we're looking at an outdoor use, which needs the minor conditional use permit, and an ABC license. If it's a 41, or between the 41 and the 42, you're looking at a place that allows children versus doesn't. So is it more of a family environment or not? A 47 allows hard liquor, which generally speaking, turns it into, a different type of venue, and there's I can't think of the word right now, but there's potentially a different venue there if there's going to be hard alcohol and hard alcohol use. And so we look at the whole picture, and we look at every place individually. And most of the uses in the city of Ojai are not surrounded by residential uses. We have one that I see in my mind that has one residential use next to it, but the rest is commercial. It's got more space around it. But all the others, for the most part, are downtown. So they're not literally surrounded. So we look at every one individually, every minor conditional use permit for outdoor use. And this is, it's definitely a different location.
But to that point, with the way that we want to see this as commissioners neutralizing, actually, for the different opinions in the room, neutralizing for that, really what this is a decision over the patio. Whether the applicant has a 41 or a 43 is a business decision, actually, as I would see that's not necessarily in our purview, because in the C1, they would be allowed to have either one of those technically, wouldn't they?
Yes, however, where the outdoor use is a discretionary permit. And so where that alcohol goes is tied to that. Is that?
Do you have anything else that you'd like to question?
Well, I guess this highlights the idea that we need to look at our land use map, because right now this is not spot zoning, as Bill Miley said. It's not. It's C1 zoning from the corner of Aliso north to those condos. So that's, I don't know, 7 or 8 parcels on the west side of Montgomery and probably an equal number on the east side of C1 zone. I'm looking at the map. Maybe we don't want C1 there in the future. Maybe we want that to be VMU as a transition zone from our downtown C1 area north, to the VMU and the residential beyond that. But right now, it's C1, and the house to the south of it is non-conforming. And we've discussed, amongst ourselves about VMU that we think could be a mistake to have solely residential in the VMU zone because of this very reason.
Seems counterproductive.
Yeah. I mean, the VMU is supposed to be mixed use. It's supposed to have retail, businesses, housing incorporated. So it's, VMU's not working if there's complaints about business, to me. I mean, I'm just saying this is a big picture
And the
land
general-
use issue we have
right.
to address.
The general plan states that the mixed use is the desired direction
Yeah.
of Ojai. So
Right.
to then limit by creating a residential use totally negates that ability.
Right.
So
Right.
that's what's tricky for us.
Right.
Because we have to somehow reconcile that, which is clearly where the first MCUP sort of was born out of.
Right.
Can
And I think the type of business that they have is kind of a retail, it's evolving. It's a newer way that people don't eat the same way they did 20 years ago. We're eating better, it's more casual. We want our families there. Hotels change. The Ojai Valley Inn used to be basically adult only, and now they built a kid pool. They want kids and families because that's who's spending the money. It's people want their families to be there. So I can tell you this, I am supportive of the change to allow for the 41, to allow the kids, because it's a restaurant, that goes with a restaurant. So a 42 is like a bar. It's like the hub or the hut in my mind. This is no hub. This is no hut. This operation is very different from that. And so I am supportive of that change. So I mean, if when you go down each of the different issue areas, the 35 patrons, to me, that doesn't seem very much, but there's been complaints, noise complaints. I don't know if we allowed more, what that would be. I'm curious what the actual occupancy limit is there.
Yeah.
A consideration on parking would really be the issue there. I mean, the only thing that's clear is being a parent and consuming alcohol is good, and watching everything. But the parking actually, to me, is what drives whether there are 35 or 45 or whatever. But again, even in the way that we wrote this up, there's a ton of ambiguity, and that's why I'm just arguing for whatever the cap is here. Let's have the courage to set it high or low, whichever way we go there.
Related, can you guys help us, I guess, with this? There was discussion of buffer earlier on from some of the community members. Can you shed any light on sort of any restrictions or things that might be really important?
What type of buffer are you talking about?
Buffer between the use, I guess. I think they were maybe misunderstanding the relationship with uses. But
Weren't they talking about a buffer on the north side of the buffer?
Lacking a
the
buffer from
driveway
the-
and a
So there-
cement wall between the
There is a wall.
condos and the business.
There is a wall there currently.
Mhm.
And
How tall is it? I've forgotten.
it's 6 feet at least. I'm
At
not,
least, yes. It's north of 6 feet. And I just wanted to add that the majority of what North Montgomery Street is majority of it are businesses, not residences. And the license that we're asking for is simply the same license, alcohol license, that a restaurant has. Like a restaurant like Rory's Place, for example, or, that allows families.
Do you have more?
Questions or discussion?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have any more.
Questions.
I have no more questions,
Right.
I guess.
have two questions.
Go ahead.
We've talked about verified complaints. Could you define what a complaint that is verified is versus none?
So a verified complaint is something that city staff, code compliance, has actually seen, witnessed, and date stamped, a photograph. And I want to add something in, and that is the reason for the conditions of approval initially and continue is for compatibility in the neighborhood, not to get rid of the existing use. It's to try to make it compatible, try to make it work.
Could you tell me what life safety requirements are? The applicant has requested removal of the fixed occupancy limit or base occupancy on maximum established by life safety requirements. The request also includes a request to remove numerical limits on umbrellas and furniture configuration. But I didn't know what life safety meant.
I'm going to let you ask that question to the applicant. That's her language specifically.
Okay.
The life safety is just fire department. I just want to abide by what the city rules are, instead of this 35 number. So if the occupancy, like here, it says capacity 74, I would just like to understand what that, that's what I'm talking about, life safety.
Does the fire department give you an occupancy rate?
I believe so, but I can research that and get back to you.
I think that would
Yes,
be
they
a
do.
good idea.
Okay, I will research. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Any more discussion? I have a few discussion points, but if there are any more questions or...
Well, I just, two quick questions. I'm thinking, you mentioned you were thinking of a business that had alcohol permits open till 10 p.m. and so on. Is that business still in operation, and what's different between this business and that business?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to be polite and not name a business that I can think of that backs right up to.
Oh, I don't know of a business that is open until 10 o'clock.
Okay.
It's not in the city of Ojai.
No,
but-
I was just thinking
so-
there's a business on Ojai Avenue that backs straight up to homes.
Oh.
And
I
is
don't-
open till 10 and has lights and live music and so
Okay,
on.
I didn't know
please-
what time they were open to, actually.
Is there a difference between this business and that business, or?
If we're talking about the same business, I think this one is much closer to the north, to the residents that are north. Additionally, the property that's to the north has 2 stories, and sound traveling up is kind of different than sound traveling directly out, and there's a buffer wall there for the first story. But I don't have scientific evidence of that. It's just experience.
If you're talking about Noshola, it is similar in a sense that it's right next to a residential.
Have you guys all met as neighbors and talked? It was a little surprising to me that one of the comments was, have you guys sat down? Because I do think an operating principle for you is that you actually have to be a better neighbor than the code requires, actually.
Not
Just
everyone.
in the interest, you're on the seams, you
Yeah,
know, to Katrina's comment, you're right on the seam where,
Right.
Daily life meets commerce and.
Right. So not everyone here I've met with at the same time, but for instance, there's people here that we actually work together, an event in Ojai, bigger. So there was a lot of communication that was relayed to me, and I understand it and follow what the city rules are. And so we have had many conversations in the back and forth. And on top of that, not even discussions about the complaints or, concerns, but also open discussions on the food system of Ojai. So
I think that it would be a really good idea if you did have a meeting with all of the concerned neighbors and discuss those complaints. It seems to me that you should be able to work out, get a solution to meet everybody's needs. Okay. The hours are, you have requested that the hours be expanded. Staff, in your reply to that, you suggested that we maintain the current hours. You did not mention whether that included being closed on Monday and Tuesday. Do you have when you say maintain the hours, are you including that Monday and Tuesday closure?
Staff was recommending that the days and hours remain the same, that the condition remain the same.
Monday and Tuesday closed.
Yes.
Okay. The 35 people, it seems, was a number that a previous planning commission came to. I would certainly want to know what the fire department has to say about that. The parking is related to that number as well, and of course, parking on Montgomery is a problem. Now that the trailer is out, you have a little more space to put people, but I would like to know if giving you a few more people in your cap would impact the parking and the fire requirements. So,
Chair, if I could.
yes,
Just wanted to clarify a statement you just made.
Yes.
In the parking situation. So the parking is tied to the building and to the use.
Mhm.
It's not tied to the outdoor dining. The outdoor dining actually has a requirement for 0.
that
And so
is-
the other piece is the occupancy piece you just mentioned. There is no tie to parking as it relates to occupancy.
Okay.
So if the fire department comes back and says occupancy is 70, then occupancy is 70. Now we can come back and limit that to 35.
Right.
Certainly within this minor conditional use permit, we have that authority. This body has that authority.
I would certainly like to express my opinion once again that having a parking requirement relating to an outdoor venue at 0 is insane. But here we are. We're going to work within the rules we have at the moment.
Just so if I could, one of the reasons why that outdoor dining went to 0 was to encourage those businesses to have the outdoor, basically outdoor dining. So it was taking those businesses that were primarily indoors and allowing for those businesses to also have outdoor. So in order to do that, when that provision came forward in really 1997 and then revised throughout the years, council and the community recognized that importance at that time. Now, obviously, there have been some changes over time in terms of opinions and conversations, and certainly that can be explored at some point. But for tonight's conversation,
Yeah.
it's 0.
It's 0, okay. The amplified sound is one of my primary concerns. The way sound affects the neighbors is a really big deal. When I came to visit you, I was under the impression that you said there was no amplification. Did I get that wrong?
No. It's unclear about the amplification definition. So I showed you the speaker. It's a Sonos speaker that we put out like any other businesses in Ojai. And that's the only amplified or speaker music system that's out there.
But there's no amplification allowed in your MCUP.
But it specifically says that I can have a speaker playing background music.
So amplification is from an amplifier, like if you have a guitar and a band that's hooked up to an amplifier. And so that's one of the reasons why staff is recommending that we also put in the word live music. But it would be, hooked into an amplifier. And the condition also, we wanted to specify that speaker music, coming from the restaurant would be okay. It's different than an amplifier.
And I think
Okay, I have
It's
trouble
more-
with that too, but.
Okay.
besides an amplifier or a speaker, I think I am very well aware that I have to follow the city noise decibels.
Someone mentioned
So-
that you are currently checking the dB levels.
Mhm,
Do you
correct.
have?
I do.
Where do you have your
We
equipment?
have it by the register, and my manager, Rob, who is here, who mentioned that, we inform all of our employees to continuously check, especially when there are.
Take it outside when you have a party and take that reading from the northern border?
Correct. And not even a party. I think it's just regular operations when we have it. We really don't have parties. It's a business, a market, and a restaurant. And so regular operating hours, we do check it on a daily basis and make sure that we're under that limit.
Okay. Next to the register doesn't cut it. It needs to be out.
It's a device that I could take everywhere, so the manager always has it, and you just have to walk out and constantly check it. It's mobile, yeah, exactly.
Listening to the audience tonight, and I really do appreciate everyone coming here and explaining their point of view, and there were quite a few interesting, novel points of view expressed tonight for me. The one that really hit home for me was you want your children to be able to come to the restaurant, to Ojai Roots. I approve of that completely. I think that people should be able to bring their children to an area where they're going to be sitting visiting with friends. So I am very supportive of your request to put a 41 into the into our documents. Condition of approval. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Just a couple of quick questions for Rihanna. There was a lot of, kind of going back to this question, I guess, of the actual interactions. There's a lot of conversation in the documents from the neighbors saying that you're very aware of some issues and that you're ignoring those issues. And I guess I'm curious because it seems like there's a little bit of a question of trust that's happening. And I'm just wondering, I think maybe to Brad's point as well, so do you feel like do you feel like, I mean, they can't really speak to it, but can you speak to that? That's accurate, that you feel like these issues have been made clear to you and you've discussed that with them, and do you feel like you've done what you can to rectify those things, and do you feel like it's been successful? Because there was a lot of talk about you guys are trying to do the right thing, and I kind of want to know from you, do you feel like you've done that? Do you feel like you've done a better job? Because I think that's a big part of what I'm hearing from the other side is because I have questions about how the mechanics of the thing, but when it comes down to the fact that these are, we're all people living next to each other, there are questions about, it seems like, let's say, it seems like there's a fear in it. You give more, and then now we're really, we can't even trust them to stay at that. They're going to go like a step further or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have talked to a lot of my neighbors, and like I've said before, I grew up in this neighborhood, so I don't want to be in a position where I'm running a business that I'm breaking any city rules or neighborhood rules. I want my business to succeed, so I do follow all those rules, and I have spoken to a lot of the neighborhood, like my right next door neighbor behind us, and some of them are here, that to understand what their concerns are. The one opposite of the condos, I've spoken to them almost every time I see them outside, just to make sure everything, like, you guys are okay. They had some concerns about people maybe like walking on their property or parking in front, and we made sure that we told our customers not to do that. And I am open ears, and I'm always there to listen to these concerns. And to the point, like, at the end of the day, I am here because I'm listening to these concerns, and I want to make sure I'm following the rules. My point of being here is just that the rules that are set in place in this minor conditional use permit just does not apply to my business. So, or the business that is Ojai Roots now. It was put in place for a wine bar, and I want to reiterate that Ojai Roots is not just a wine bar. It never started as a wine bar. So it's a completely different business.
Anything else, Brad?
Relationships are better than rules.
Is your microphone on?
Relationships are better than rules and cheaper to operate. And in that spirit, I do think, sitting and trying to work things out. I understand it's been a multi-year conflict, and probably the other side of that coin is that you are not responsible for everything that's happened from 2013. And so, yeah, it's a tricky one. Vines are being pulled up. Wine consumption is changing. The Ojai Valley Inn used to be a recuperation center for soldiers. Businesses change. So I don't think it's possible to just say, because you said something 2 years ago in a letter to the city, that your business is always going to stay in that format. But how we sew this up, and I do think, the way you were approaching it, can we go line by line here, step by step, and see what we each give permission to the other to accept a little bit? And I don't know if that's the right approach or not, but that's my instinct.
I like that approach.
Pardon me?
I like that approach.
Is your speaker
Yeah, and I'm
on?
not sure if this is the best venue or not, for that, but I think we can help you get to that,
Is there a site plan or something? Do you have a configuration of what your idealized outdoor patio would look like?
From what it currently is right now?
Yeah.
No, that I want it to run the way it is running, and I think the couch seating mixed with the metal dining chairs, I think I'm just taking it literally that if it's 35 or 35 is the number, there's a couch. Like, how many seats? It's just like there's just a lot of. I'm just trying to understand what I need to do to follow the rules, and the 35. I've seen like 35 people in the patio, and I think when some of us met, there was a good amount of people on there that may have suppressed 35, and I think we talked about how it was really quiet. It's very calm. It's not a bar where people are going there to drink and get rowdy. It's really just a place that people can order an alcoholic beverage, but as you see, like in the morning, like early hours of the day, a lot of people just want to grab a coffee and read their book right there, write their art piece or draw or any of that. And that's also part of why I would want the expansion of the hours of operation on Mondays and Tuesdays as an option to open, because it's the use of the community. Like, when I see what the community wants from that place, it's really to be able to hang out and eat and have their cup of coffee or alone time, so that's it.
Can you talk about the special events that you've had? The neighbors talked about wondering if there was going to be a big event that night. How many? You're allowed to have one a month. So what is that looking
So,
like for you? Like
yeah.
what is actually happening?
Yeah, you know, I don't even look at that as a really high point of contention, because I think even from the inspector who came in and will take photos, there's been mistakes that, like, what defines an event. So I think that when there's a reservation for 10 people to sit at a table, it might get confused as an actual event. I've only sold a ticketed event once for like 15 people to be able to create flower arrangements. That was the one time in the whole 2 years that I've been in this property. A lot of the events that I do talk about on social media or maybe my website happen on the farm, which is not on the Montgomery property. So I think there's a big confusion there, and it would be nice to not be limited to one event per night or per month, because the events, like what one of the commentators said, was it's really hard to define an event. Like a 10-person or a 15-person party, if they're with their whole family, will come and reserve like an area to eat food, and I think some of the neighbors or community members may see that as an event.
A quick question for staff. So I have a big family, at least 35 people in my family. So if I wanted to have a family dinner and I called and say, can you accommodate 35 people? The restaurant's not necessarily shut down to just my party, but I take up the whole area. Would the city consider that an event?
So we talked about that in the staff report, and we wanted to clarify what an event is, and that was one of the things that we were asking for some language to be put into into that condition. And so that would be where the restaurant or the venue is closed to the public. That would be part of it. It would be an unusual use, right? Not just a regular, like maybe a car show or a wedding, a pop-up event. So there's an example in here of what events are. So we wanted to add to that. We wanted to add the word wedding, and we also wanted to add that it would be closed to the public, I believe. And so that would help define it a little bit, because, let's see, that would be condition number 3.
Yeah, is there a cost to enter?
That would be another
Like
thing.
those are all like ticklish subjects that lean into the event versus it just reserving, right?
So outside of normal restaurant or business operation?
Right, and so, and part of the added language on, in condition number 3 would be weddings or other events as determined by the community development director as appropriate. And so, for one thing, so what he just added was a ticketed event. That would be an event. A wedding would be an event. Closed to the public would be an event.
What does the word unusual mean in the term unusual events?
Okay, I guess that is perhaps vague.
It's tricky. If I'm in the car club, if I'm in the car club.
What do we go to a restaurant for? We go to a restaurant to sit down and eat and drink.
Right.
We don't usually go to a restaurant to have a car show or to have a wedding or to create a flower arrangement.
Mhm.
Those are classes and special events. They're not like quote-unquote normal restaurant activities.
Yeah, I guess the big watch out is Ojai is built on unusual uses.
Yes.
And that's a tricky one. I understand why the language is in there. I'm not saying that to be demeaning at all, but it's just a bit of a red flag because people come here to do exceptional and unique things, and so your words count. So we need to be a little careful around that. If I'm in the car club and Jay Leno is holding dinner at a cafe in town, that's not unusual. That might be something I want to go to. Also, if there is a breathing event in town that I want to go learn something about somatic breathing, and I'm into that, that's not unusual to me. So I just think we need to be super.
If I may, I would just add that unusual, I think, is defined as a deviation from standard food and beverage service.
Question you get, I mean, we're in Ruth Gator Binsberg territory here, but what's the definition of this? Whose standard are we deviating from? I'm not a Marilyn Manson fan. Marilyn Manson probably has different standards of deviation than I might, but anyways, I think we need to be very precise about that. A lot of people come to Ojai, I would argue a core value of the town is the right to be unusual and different in a unique and innovative way. To me, that's a core value of Ojai, so I would just mention that.
And part of it too is a lot of these events maybe that you would define are not even something I am aware of sometimes. So meaning to say, if there's a group of 35 bicyclists that use the Ojai routes as a stopping point to be able to get juices, they all park their bikes on the parking lot and they have a gathering. It looks like an event that I think has been a complaint before, or that has been a verified complaint, but it's just the community gathering without even letting us know or our management team know that that's what's happening. I'm not selling tickets. It's just everyone's talking about where to meet, and there's 35 of them, let's say, and they use Ojai routes as a meeting point.
Okay, do we have any more questions for Rihanna? Thank you, Rihanna.
Thank you.
I would like the commissioners to discuss the hours of operation and see if there are any changes that you need to make from the staff recommendation.
Well, should we start at the top?
Where's the top?
Condition number 1.
Usually.
Oh, okay. I was going to go just right to the hours of operation, but we'll get there.
Let's just be organized.
Okay.
So the applicant wants to remove fixed occupancy limits. So right now it's at 35.
Right.
She also wants to remove numerical limits on umbrellas and furniture configuration. So I think in the staff report, it was stated that the configuration is not necessarily locked into place. You know, and I would remove umbrellas because in the Ojai hot sun, unless if, you know, we put a limit on the size, like a 9-foot market umbrella. I mean, if she added a few more market umbrellas, 9-foot market umbrellas, I think that would be okay to shade her customers. So I don't want to lock in. She can only have 4 umbrellas. You know, I think
Makes
that's
sense.
ludicrous.
Not to
But I do think that, you know, we can limit the type, you know, market umbrellas or something, so it doesn't turn into a big, huge thing. But
Right.
that's just one comment. The 35 patrons was probably originally based on the floor plan or the site plan showing the
furniture plan.
configuration of the furniture.
Yeah, I think it was the configuration of the seating, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was literally the number of seats, and when it came to a couch, the definition allowed, I believe, it was 18 inches
Yeah.
per person. And so staff literally went out there and counted seats and added, multiplied, and divided. and
Okay,
it
so
came to 35.
without a floor plan or a site plan,
Yeah.
using her existing furniture, I think that is right, 35. I mean, if she had come in with a proposed floor plan with different configuration, that's something for us to consider, but all we have is what
I
the
think-
existing furniture and,
Yeah, we either need some sort of like occupant per square foot sort of information, or based on the furniture, or
Something.
to reference,
Yeah.
to be able to make an assumption. Because as Brad's saying, we can't just say loosely whatever life safety requirements are. We kind of have to see those because this is a condition.
yeah.
So it can't just be anything. It'd be nice to give it a hard number. Maybe it could be more, but I think it's hard for us to really assess that. I agree with that.
Yeah, so my recommendation on that one is either continue it to allow the applicant to give
Submit.
us some information about that, but I doubt that we would uncap it, you know.
I would like to see a number,
A
whatever
number.
that might be.
Yeah,
Because you otherwise you
you could just have wall-to-wall people standing around drinking on it. I mean, that's,
Well, you can't do that
I
in
know you
any,
can't do that.
in any space. There's always some sort of
there's gotta be-
regulation.
there's
The
gotta
code
be a cap.
dictates. Yeah,
Well,
of course.
yeah, okay, but 70, I mean, you were making up that number, I assume.
So
Related to
that's
the
my
use and
recommendation.
the square footage.
Yeah, I mean,
But we need something to kind of base it on, I think.
Yeah.
So if the
That one's
current-
interesting because sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
yeah.
interrupt the conversation, but fire department does set that occupancy standard, and I don't remember offhand what that number was, but we can find that
Good.
number, so at least gives for what that cap would be at this site.
a reference, yeah. I think that would be good.
So on that one, I think we need more information.
More information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, with,
What are the lights, though? I think that's also a part of this.
Oh, yeah,
condition
the
one.
Tivoli lights with
Um,
covers.
So I guess they don't have covers right now,
Oh, I thought,
but they do, and this is just keeping it in the.
yeah, I would keep the Tivoli lights because that's part of our outdoor dining ordinance. So I would definitely keep the Tivoli lights.
Yeah.
But as far as just the number,
It also says is indicated on the site plan. So, is the approved site plan. Oh, so what do you guys?
So you don't have the site plan because the site plan was actually approved through Tipple and Ramble. The current applicant never
Right.
didn't provide a separate site plan.
So, and you're not recommending anything on the lights?
No,
and the
Meaning
detail
it should
shows,
maintain
maintained,
the current?
yes.
Okay,
yeah. I was just gonna say, it has
Oh,
a
it's there.
detail
Oh, I'm
with
sorry,
the,
it is there.
great.
yeah.
couldn't see it.
That works.
So that's number one, right?
Yeah.
So do we go on to number two?
Sure.
Okay. So they said remove reference to minors, replace with generic ABC requirements, remove reference to a specific ABC license type, 41 beer, wine, restaurant. So I'm actually okay with that request. I think that it's a C1 zone. It's a restaurant with outdoor dining. That would be a license 42. That's not our purview, that's ABC licensing. So in my mind, we're approving the outdoor dining related to
A restaurant.
which is an approved use there. So I'm okay with their request on item 2. Which is to just say that they have to comply with the ABC requirements. Have no restrictions on minors or no discussion about minors. It's a restaurant. Kids can go to a restaurant. So we don't restrict kids. So I would take out any reference to minors.
I think the main thing there is whether it can go to this 47, which allows distilled alcohol or not.
They're not asking for that now, so I think we should.
Well,
What they're looking for is the ability to have children, and that means going to a type 41.
But I think removing any reference to a specific ABC license allows that in the future. So I
Yeah,
think-
so
which is
it
maybe
would
fine,
allow it. It may
but
be
we have to
fine.
decide that.
Yes.
Yeah.
As long as she has an ABC-approved kitchen for a type 41 operation, and we approve it for the patio, right? Okay, and we approve it for the patio, she is allowed to have children there.
Yes.
It's kind of half in our purview and half out, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the community development director does have to write to ABC. They ask the city and say, is this approved? So,
Are there any distinctions we need to be aware of regarding children inside the building versus on the patio?
No.
Okay.
so that's number 2, right? Can we move on to 3?
You want to remove any, just as long as they have an ABC license, and not worry about whether it's 41 now and 47 in the future?
That's what I'm saying.
You all agree?
Sorry, I missed that.
What Katrina is yes, shame on you. Okay. What Katrina is suggesting is removing, is just saying an ABC license without defining whether it's a 41 or a 47.
Okay, understood. Yep.
I personally like defining 41, and if and when the business decides it wants a 47, they can come back and ask.
Walk me through why we would not do that. Just let me understand that side, or what's the counter argument to the way we may be leaning?
I think alcohol is a whole lot stronger when you take it out of a bourbon bottle than it is out of a wine bottle. And I think that's probably the whole thing. It's more like a bar.
I think specifics help us.
Pardon?
I think specifics help us. They eliminate ambiguity for people.
Yeah, I think what's hard, Brad, is like it's, as we've kind of heard from the start, it's sort of like intrinsically ambiguous, because we could also say whatever, Ojai Pub, these other that are commercial with residential right behind them, which can have liquor, that's based on the zoning and everything. Here, this mixed use, which has a residential use, seems to have a sensitivity to it, and I think that's why we're talking about it. I don't still necessarily know. You know, if I was just looking at this, I would say, well, yeah, I would say we should just say if you're going to have a liquor license, then that's up to you, because that's sort of how this reads. But there seems to be a layer that we need to be sensitive to. So that's kind of, I think, the trick.
Yeah, I think what we're learning tonight is that there are these businesses on the seams where one zoning meets another, where you have people who are impacted. And so specificity, I think,
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Lucas, though, like in a way, this is less on the seams because the VMU is supposed to be a transition to another space, as opposed to along East Ojai where it's actually a seam.
Right. I would also note that if you're looking for like a red herring in terms of how you would kind of address whether a 47 or a 41 is more appropriate, I think you almost have to say yes to the 47 and then basically have them be the ones that end up messing it up through selling to minors or drunken in public or something like that that tips the scales and suddenly has police reports that follow them, essentially. A lot of times when we end up removing the use of a type 47, 41, any of those alcohol uses, which by the way, in the 7 years I've been here, we've never done that. But I'm saying if you were to do that and you were to go down that path, it would be life safety types of things such as that. So verifiable police reports that have identified that are linking it directly to that particular patron, either operating outside the boundaries of the ABC regulation. A lot of times what ends up happening is ABC will just cut the feet out underneath a business of that nature anyway. I've seen it in other cities, just not here.
Okay. Number 3.
Hosted event.
The applicant would like to remove the monthly limitation, and staff is recommending maintaining it. Do you have?
I would go with staff recommendation and keep it at 1.
Jonathan? Yeah, I'm thinking.
I mean, that does seem, especially hearing that maybe the idea of events is more of a...
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. Especially since hearing that potentially the idea of an event is maybe more of a misconception than a reality of what's happening. That seems like it allows them to do something unique and special here and there while operating. So that's probably a pretty fair one. Hopefully it also, relates to the neighbors' needs and wants.
Again, this is one where I think we really have to be conscious of the neighbors' needs.
Yeah.
And it does open it up to the to the applicant to go to the director and define what kind of a event they're planning and to be advised.
You said a very important piece there, which is planning. A lot of times when events happen, and this is for this business as well as others, when an event is planned, what happens? There's usually advertising. We have a way in which we can find that information. If you're advertising something, that's clearly not something where you're inviting your friends to come over. And even if there isn't a ticket involved in what we're talking about here, that feels much more engaged, right, and planned and thought out, versus some of these other pieces that she's mentioned, and I think the complaints that we've seen otherwise. Might I offer something? Keeping the one event monthly, but then exploring the option of a temporary use permit to allow for events, not necessarily on the weekly, but it allows for her to plan and for us to then notify. So rather than it just being a pop-up event once a month, that there is some forethought into what she's wanting to do.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's just a suggestion as I've been kind of hearing.
Well, I think there's a nice idea about some sort of visibility on events. You know, that's going to be a nice thing for the neighbors also to know, you know, that something's happening. So I think
visibility, accountability,
yeah.
I think all those pieces come into play.
Yeah, because in the end, I mean, even the mixed use, you know, pretty clearly says it's to promote community interaction. So I think that it's aligned with the C1 and the surrounding uses. So
Sure.
just a way for it to be done, I guess, respectfully as possible sounds smart.
And just to note, I know we've talked about the VMU and the fact that there is residential, that's an allowed, single-family residential, which is an allowed use within VMU. You want to take a guess how many of the cities I've worked in where that has been allowed? The answer is 0. This is the only community I've ever worked in where residential single-family is allowed within a VMU. It feels less like a mixed use. While it allows for that component to be expanded upon, it still says yes to single-family within that zone.
Mm-hmm.
C1 does not.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the operator would consider a little bit of a limitation there and you could set the parameters, but for example, events are only Wednesday through Sunday.
I guess the only thing is if it's like for a local nonprofit that wants to do some little thing, we haven't gotten to the hours of operation yet. So at this point, it can only be those days anyways. So I guess we have to go there first. Maybe that's the more important one.
Yeah, and maybe it's a middle ground between the operator accepting, hey, I'll only do events Wednesday through Sunday, because that's sort of peak Ojai. And then if there were an exception, there would be a TUP applied for so that they are flagged.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're probably in a position to say to whoever wants to hold that special event, by the way, guys, you have to pay the fee for a permit. I need to know 45 to 60 days in advance, and you go through that TUP process. And I do think the notifications to the neighbors and everything would be great there, so.
So Lucas, they can do that anyway, right? They can do the temporary use permit. We don't have to address it.
We do not, but we have the ability to do that. This body has that ability to do that through this CUP. So you can put limitations on that, and that's within your authority. Absolutely.
I mean, there's a certain, having, ran a lot of events in Ojai, there's a certain on-the-ground reality to the kind of people who come to events in the given time that they come. Typically, they're not big Monday night events.
Right.
And if there is something that's community-oriented, or Monday or Tuesday, if it's community-oriented, it Wednesday on is kind of when you do that, and that relates to chasing labor to work these events and all sorts of, different things there, but.
Excuse me, may I just interrupt? There's a lot of discussion about.
Chair, I would say if
excuse
someone
me.
else is going to come up and speak, you've got to open
I'm
the
sorry.
public hearing to everybody.
If I made a mistake once. I let this happen, and then the whole room wanted to also come up and talk all over again. So I'm going to say no, and I'm sorry. Okay, I think we're moving on to the next item. The hours. Staff is recommending that we maintain the current condition of approval relating to hours, which is including the Monday and Tuesday being closed. It also includes having it open from 4 until 9. My opinion on that is the 4, I think that they could be open before 4 because it sounds like a lot of people are coming for coffee and a donut, a little conversation, or lunch. So I think we need to play with these numbers a little bit, or days of opening. 7 a.m. is, I'm not a morning person, but 7 a.m. is, if I lived next door, I'd have a lot of problems with those delivery trucks at 6 in the morning.
Well, they're not supposed to be there at 6. I mean, our noise ordinance is very clear about that. So, I mean,
So that would be a code case that,
Yeah.
that we'd be addressing.
Yeah, so I would encourage
That's outside the
neighbors
boundaries.
to
report that.
Report that when it's happening, because there's a clear ordinance that prohibits deliveries. I mean, Amazon comes in the middle of the night now, so I mean, it's hard to tell Amazon not to come, but we have to deal with that somehow. I am for opening up the availability of this business to open every day, 7 to 10. I'm okay with that.
7 to 10?
I am. But I do agree that the noise issue is a big one, you know, and is there a way, our noise ordinance, it just struck me, it says outdoor dining, section 5, 1105, there's special noise sources in our noise ordinance that specifically mentions outdoor dining. And what it says is outdoor dining is prohibited between the hours of 11:30 p.m. and 6 a.m. So, I mean, that, you know, that's what our noise, yeah, like why are we, so anyway. I understand the neighbors and their concern for the noise, the deliveries before 7 a.m., that's terrible. You know, in a commercial zone though, I find it really difficult to try to hamstring handcuff our businesses. You know, we want successful businesses. And it's just difficult because we've got housing that's that existed before the zoning, but the zoning intent is to make that area more commercial. We've got VMU, which happens to have only residential. I understand that conflict. I'm wanting to know a way we can deal with the violations of what makes that incompatible, which is basically noise. It's the main issue, is noise. So, you know, I don't think, if you walk into that business, there's no reason why there couldn't be a customer coming in at 7 a.m.
Yeah,
You know,
the
to
tricky
get
one,
a,
the tricky one is the noise ordinance is what it is. 7 a.m. You
Yeah.
can hit your blower in some parts of town, you know. And then going out under the principle of you have to be a better neighbor than the code requires. If you're backing trucks up at 7 a.m., you're not, you know, you're not operating in a way that's going to be good for you in the end. You're going to have a business filled with conflict, you know, and so it's a tricky one, you know.
It is
Because
tricky.
we can't really do anything about the noise ordinance, but on the other hand, you have to operate a business around it, and you all have to live a life around it. And I think 7 a.m. beepers are tough, you know.
Yeah. I think 4 to 9 p.m. Wednesday through Friday is too restrictive.
I agree.
I think that's unreasonable for a commercial business.
But I don't like the idea of going 7 to 10. I think there's a middle ground that could be found.
I guess something that Brad said was, and I mean, something that was said along with it, I guess, is Brad said businesses change, so, what are the positives and negatives about providing the 7 to 10? Obviously it provides more flexibility for something that is also maybe sounds like a store for the neighborhood. There's other things where waiting until 4 in the afternoon is like, why would you ever go there to do that thing? So in fact, these hours push it more into as the liquor license more towards a bar. So we want to, I think we want to actually pull it away from that. So, the hours are a big play on that, I don't know if there's some way of I don't know.
I just noticed something in the code. So if this is truly a restaurant, because it has a commercial kitchen now, and the restaurant is now justifying the 41, the code says that restaurant, cafe, outdoor dining is a full CUP. Just FYI, not a minor.
In the C1.
In the C1 zone.
In the C1 zone?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, minor CUP would remain at staff level. Here, we've brought it forward. So it's a technicality at this point. I mean,
yeah, it is.
Same notification that we're doing.
And it is here.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean, we all should be aware of that. What I was looking up was restaurant.
It's very reasonable that we're looking at this.
Yes, it is reasonable. And I don't know if there's a technical, we're not approving an MCUP. We should be approving a full-on CUP.
Right.
If we continue this and it comes back to us, is that an opportunity to correct that?
Yeah, I think there's, if I could just, I think there's a couple of pieces that I think I'm finding and seeing some nodding heads for agreement to. We've gone through 1 through 4. I think there's more information that's needed on 1, so obviously we do need to return with some information there. 2, you're identifying just a full removal of the restriction. 3 is really no change, however, recognizing the opportunity for TUPs to be included and explored. 4 is hours of operation is where we're at right now.
Yes.
And then an expansion, but what does that look like? So I think what I'm getting at here is 1 is already tripping us into more than likely a continuance.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so.
Mm-hmm.
I am trying to put myself into the shoes of the neighbors, which is typically how I do approach these applications.
Mm-hmm.
And since the business typically closes at 8, I was told, I think that maintaining the closing at 9 is fine. And I would not want to extend that to 10, but I would want to push the 4 p.m. down, maybe to 10 a.m. I think we need hours. I think we need, as you said earlier, to put caps on things so that the business knows exactly what is and is not acceptable.
Yes, so how do we, because how do we come to those hours? I think, I think to Katrina's points, she's looking at the code and saying, well.
She's looking at code, I'm looking at neighbors.
Yeah, no, for sure, I know, but no, and I think we want to take care of the neighbors too, absolutely, but, so we just have to come up with a way of understanding what.
But I'm
what's appropriate
also
with that.
open to the Monday, Tuesday opening. I mean, I don't know that I don't see a really good reason to have it closed down on those 2 days. So the business can expand in terms of the number of days and some of the hours earlier in the morning, in my opinion. So,
Yeah, one way of thinking about it would be to work backwards. So again, just injecting a little bit of operating experience. 9 o'clock, things are pretty quiet. So, if you do have something going after 9 p.m., it's usually a special event. And then you get into the gray zone of who you're impacting and how you're impacting them a little bit. So if we kind of said, well, 9 p.m. feels like an okay stopping point now, and then rationally for the business to serve lunch, probably somebody has to be in there doing something at around 9:30 a.m., 9 a.m. I don't know.
but they're inside.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not serving on the patio.
Right.
So that's where the noise level is going to begin to affect the neighborhood.
Yeah, at 9 a.m., everything's going everywhere in town, generally speaking, so.
But they don't open till 10 quite often.
Yeah, that's more to be,
I mean, people working in the kitchen, 7 o'clock is fine. Just do not go out on the patio and make noise. This is a really unique property and a really unique problem. And all of these are hard questions. I hope that we're giving you enough to revise and revamp and perhaps have a conversation with Rihanna about what's important to her in terms of these decisions.
I think we've got enough for number 4, condition.
Yep.
Yeah, let's move on to the
Okay.
fifth
Well,
condition.
5's,
What do you have for 4?
Yeah.
Well, I have that there's a consensus
Of?
for 7 days a week.
yeah.
And I see that there's a consensus for 9 p.m., potentially 10, but definitely 9. I know you're the one that's definitely shaking no, but I'm seeing the possibility for it potentially going as. But before noon is, I think, where there's a bit of a squishiness. So I think it's a conversation with the applicant to sort out what the business model is, right? And how that potentially influences what their big goal is.
What if we did something like no alcohol before noon? So if it's a coffee shop, you want to go get your coffee in the morning
But
and go
why?
sit out.
What difference is it going to make if somebody has a glass of wine versus a cup of coffee?
Like Bill
and sit out?
Miley said,
Well, no, but I think Bill was worried about the alcoholic
Noise.
content of.
Yeah, he's worried about noise.
Noise.
If someone's sitting having a coffee is quiet. Someone sitting having a glass of wine,
Yes.
he would argue is loud.
Right, but the alcohol.
So I think that's what Katrina's
So,
saying.
yeah,
is
I mean, alcohol on the patio, so you're not having Bloody Marys, first thing in the morning, But I can see this place just like Three Birds. I go by that every morning. It's, there's people there. The Duchess, there's people there. I think it opens at 7. People have coffee and pastries, and they're mellow. They go in the back and they're on their computer. They're sitting there with, having conversation. It's mellow in the morning. I would be very surprised if there was just chaotic noise in the morning.
I agree.
So that's why I think, let them have the morning. And then I'm just saying as a potential, what are the noise generators and limit those hours till the afternoon.
Yeah, and every restaurant has what I would call the Lord of Flies effect too, that when you get a bunch of kids and alcohol and people in a place, the operator steps in and issues a certain amount of control. You know, having witnessed some of the earlier bars getting going with families and alcohol and everything, it reels back in pretty quick. So I do think there's going to be some organic solutions there. I have kind of a radical idea, and I don't know if it's in our purview. I like what we're doing here. I think this is super valuable. And I think, using your words, if I put myself in the shoes of the people in the neighborhood, could I feel like piece by piece my lifestyle is getting eroded here as we go down the line? And then, you know, on her side, we're not really giving her a manual, we're not giving her direction in that capped form that I'm thinking is needed here. And then the larger issue, the real question in the room is, what do you do with these properties that are on the seams of these neighborhoods? Because we're going to have more of them, and they get a little trickier. Because on one hand, you could say, well, this is just like Joplin's. Joplin's can stay open till 10. Joplin's can have music. There's a house right behind Joplin's. There's an auto parts store, a neighborhood, and man, they have full green light, you know. Forget that they're not operating anymore, but they had full green light, you know. And so part of me thinks, as a planning commission, really the best thing to do here is to say that from our perspective, we're actually not going to make a decision, because what we're going to do is we're going to put a bunch of rules in place, but that might serve one party or the other somehow. But what we are going to do is ask you guys to get together and come to us with a collective solution. Because you can walk out of this meeting and guess what? You guys got to live with each other. Like, we could give you a green light on everything, and then tomorrow morning you got to open the doors and you're going to walk through the parking lot and one of these guys is going to come up to you. We could give you everything you want, and then a bunch of young families are actually not really going to have a whole lot of options to go into a place in Ojai. There isn't much in Ojai for that family, and then you guys aren't going to feel good being customers of this business. And I don't know if that's an approach we can take, but I feel, you know, we're in a little bit of a mediation role here almost, where we can forge a solution, but it may not fit, you know. And I don't know.
Well, earlier you said they need caps. We need a business that knows the parameters. And yes, I think that business and the neighborhood should sit down and perhaps staff can mediate some of that and come back to us with a cap that everybody can live with. Caps that everybody can live with.
Yeah, and there's always a question, you know, of who owns the problem. You know, ultimately the city does own the problem. It's our zoning map, and even the little wrinkle of, do we have an M here or not an M? You know, we own the problem a little bit, and so I don't want to shove the solution off on the parties, because it seems like there's been a lot of acrimony. But I do think we could help them get there. And I know, not speaking for Bruce, but, you know, both Bruce and I volunteered the time we met you. We urged you, make this your last stop for a solution, not your first stop. Make this your last stop, where you guys come in and you've chatted and you've had a bunch of dialogue and everything. And I'm aware of what that discussion and the difficulty could be, so we're happy to step into it. You know, there are different dynamics in this discussion that I think deserve assistance from our part.
Yes, I would really like to know what Rihanna's priorities are. I would like to know what not now, and the same from the neighbors. So if we can have that discussion, that will help staff revise this proposal and bring it back to us in a format that everybody agrees with.
We would love that. That would really be great, and I'm glad you called it out.
Same with us. If there is a consensus on the children and any kind of hours, those are my two main priorities right now, due to the ABC.
Come on up.
Yep.
Okay, talk to me about hours.
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to acknowledge something here, and I'm just going to use plain words because it's already a complicated issue. There are power dynamics here that I think the neighborhood is not aware of. You have a young woman running a business, and when people hit her with heat in the parking lot, that's not going to get a solution for anybody. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's the real dynamic or not, but it is a little bit of a perception issue. And I do think you guys need to be aware of that. That's not accusatory in any way at all, but I think it's part of the equation for how you guys reach a solution here. And again, I'm not using that word to accuse you of causing heat. What I'm telling you is there is a power imbalance here that I think we should just acknowledge and find a way through. And then I actually believe we can find a solution here. I truly do.
Okay, Rihanna, could you talk to us about, I mean, you've heard us all struggle with the hours, and can you tell us what is most important to you?
The most important is for me to be able to have the ABC license be approved to whatever type of license they will approve us
41.
for. 41 or 47. Which allows minors on the property.
Right.
Operations. Hours-wise, I simply just want to be able to serve coffee. It basically is a coffee shop that they can get pastries from a local baker. And that's the expansion of the early morning hours and Mondays and Tuesdays as well, so that we can open as the business needs all on those hours and days.
Can I interject another question? Your lunch menu, what is that? Do you have a lunch menu already set up and ready to go?
We have a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. A whole menu that I've turned in.
Okay.
And I can provide that again. Thank you.
Okay, we have some issues around the later hours. Can you talk to us about that?
I believe it's a 9 p.m. right now, restriction. It was just an addition 10 p.m. Because I've looked at different restaurants and I just wanted to consider my Ojai Roots as a restaurant. So that was the ask. It's really about the early morning operations. And if it's at 9 p.m., I'm willing to work with that. As it is, like you mentioned, we're limited to a 9 p.m. close. And especially in the wintertime, we are closed before 8. It's just tricky in the Ojai summer where people eat at like 7:45, and then I close right now at 8 p.m. And so I'm not even reaching that limit right now, but in the seasons when there's longer days, I would like that option.
But you're willing to
work with the neighbors.
Work with your neighbors on that one.
Correct.
Well, I just think that your needs and the neighbors' needs are more important than the numbers that we assign up here. And so I would really like you all to have a conversation and bring those numbers to staff and let them work it into a new proposal for us.
One thing you guys might consider when you think about hours of operation is having summer hours that are longer.
That's a good idea.
And then having the rest of the year closing
Good point.
at 9 o'clock or something.
I'm willing to work to come up with a new proposal. The one thing that is timely is the ABC license in place. So if there is a consensus on that and we can get an answer on that.
Can we cut that out and act on that this evening? Or is it better to do the whole thing?
You as a body have that opportunity, and then to continue the rest of it to a date uncertain, so we'd have to renotice. But I think that's important because you're going to need the conversation that's going to happen between the neighbors and the business owner is not going to happen overnight. And certainly it may happen with one conversation. It may take more than one.
Yeah.
And can the city facilitate those and help?
We have before.
Yeah.
We would like that.
So the walk away for all parties is what's worse? That's a question I would be asking myself walking out the door. What's worse, for the planning commission to set these caps, or for us collectively to set it? Because as a planning commission,
we don't know.
We don't, we know, but we might not set a solution that fits you. And so what's worse? That's the walk away question here, I think.
Okay. More questions, more comments?
Can we just get through 2 more?
Okay, let's
Real
move on.
quick, the
Okay.
trailer language,
Don't give
deleting
up.
the trailer language.
Makes sense.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, we're all okay with that?
Yep,
Okay,
absolutely.
good. Pull that out. And then 7, no amplified music.
Or live.
Well, that's what it is.
Okay, so
Amplified
that
music
was-
is live music.
So amplify, well, you can have a guitarist
Yeah.
singing, not amplified.
Right.
And is that terrible? Is that really loud?
Depends on what time of the day it is.
So that.
I mean,
just-
I
just
don't
to
want to limit live music. I think I'm okay with no amplified music at all.
Right.
So yes to acoustic, no to amplified.
That's what I would say.
Just yes to what it currently is, basically. It sounds like she's allowed one speaker. She can't have amplified music, which is defined more as an instrument that's plugged into an amplifier and performed.
Yeah.
Seems fine.
But I would not add the addition of no live music.
No, I wouldn't add that. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
It's a little more clear.
Okay, number 14.
Violations.
I'm okay with keeping it as staff recommended.
Yeah.
I am too.
Yeah, me too.
Brad?
I'm just reading through here. I mean, I look at this like I look at elections. Within 60 days of the hearing, there should be no, it should be a gray period where no party can issue anything that influences the other party, you know.
Well, it might be
That's
more
kind
that-
of past tense.
If I could interject, that just
Already.
happened to be it was a coincidence that we were having this hearing. And so generally speaking, it wouldn't be that way, that there would be complaints within 60 days. Because there wouldn't be a hearing normally. We just happen to be having this today.
But is there something, I mean, I guess it's a question, sometimes you have to have things cleared before you can, bring things to a body. Maybe that's kind of what you're saying. It's like the slate should sort of be clean before you're having a discussion at this level. Is that kind of what you're thinking a bit, Brad?
So what were those 3 things? One was outdoor dining on the public right-of-way?
2 outdoor seatings and then the parking and the ADA.
It was actually on the property. It's not on the sidewalk.
Actually, the public right-of-way on Montgomery goes all the way up to the face of the building.
Right.
So it's landscaped, it looks like it's part of the property, but it's actually,
Not.
it's actually part of the public right-of-way. And it's outside of the seating area that you see in the site plan that's in your application, or that's
Outside
in
of
your
the-
packet.
Outside of the wall.
Right, it's
Okay,
on the
so
other side of the
that's
wall.
something that,
So there was the seating, and then there was the ADA parking that was covered with the coffee vendor.
Which I think that I would also like to understand the official process of the conditional 14, because that could be a verified thing against the business, but I was not aware of that. I was not told it was. I just need to understand if we're at 3 or 5, and really what comes down to the line of these verifications, from what I understand, is that my business could get shut down for violating these rules, and it may not be. I may not even be aware of them.
So
do you provide the complaints, the verified complaints to the business immediately?
Oh, absolutely. And I just, along with being your principal planner, I'm the supervisor for code compliance. And yes, absolutely. And there are numerous complaints. It's just those 3 were literally verified. And the applicant was provided with the conditions of approval and the site plan that has the seating plan back in whatever year it was that they took over the existing conditional use permit, conditions of approval, and they were provided again with the with this seating issue that happened recently. Whether it was told to them that it was the public right-of-way, I'm not sure, but outside of their approved seating area, absolutely.
That sounds like an issue that
there's always
we can just all
Yeah.
learn about and figure out what we
And then
need
what's-
to do to comply.
And there's always communication with with the tenant.
Okay.
So what's the I mean, I'm assuming I could be wrong. The table is no longer in the location that it was. Maybe it is still there.
The table's been removed.
Been removed. Clearly, the car is not parked in the ADA spot any
No,
longer.
that event,
So what is
the
it?
event is over. The police were there and had them move.
So the violations, you know, what does it mean for these 3 violations to exist? Like, have they been, it sounds like they've been rectified, or what's the?
Yes, and so
okay.
if there's a code violation,
Yeah. It's just like for record, basically.
Well, initially, it's like, okay, this is a code violation, pursuant to such and such code, you can't do this.
Right.
And then we put it in writing.
Yeah.
And then if it happens again, it's like, okay, you know, it's happened again.
Yeah.
If it happens again, you know, and if it's a removal situation, we'll give you a date upon which to remove something. Otherwise, if it's just something that you're doing, if you do it again, you may receive a citation.
Yeah.
And so then then it's going to happen, if it were to happen a third time, then they're going to receive a citation. And if they do it again, there's going to be another citation. I mean, citations can keep going.
Well, I guess,
But to-
yeah,
but
what's
to-
the reason of it coming back here then?
Why do
Well,
we
to
hear
be
about
fair,
it?
Yeah.
so, but if it's, well, because the reason they're coming back here is because in this situation, there's a conditional use permit. These people are conditionally allowed to be having this outdoor dining. If it wasn't, if we were talking about something that didn't have a conditional use permit, like, you know, somebody doing something at their residence, they wouldn't come here, they would just receive citations. We just get 3 verified violations and come right back here. Why? Because it's a conditional use permit. It's a conditionally allowed use, and it's sandwiched between sensitive uses.
I'm going back to that question of verification. Does it actually have to be a citation to?
No, they did not receive a citation. They just
Okay.
received a warning. You can't do this, right? And there's also a difference between, these violations, well, the seating violation were violations of a conditional use permit. They weren't, as opposed to a code violation. But then, of course, the parking on handicap parking spaces, that's another story. Anyway, there is a difference between just your average code complaint or code compliance violation and getting a citation after a few warnings, and a conditional use permit, which has been provided or, you know, given by the Planning Commission. We don't want to wait until they do it several times to start getting cited. I'm going to take it back here and let you evaluate what's going on and
So
see
we're the
is the
ones-
use compatible for the location that it's in.
Okay, so the one where they had I guess it crosses over, where they had a trailer in the handicap spot, because that wasn't part of their CUP, and they were violating the, you know, ADA standards or ADA code.
It is part of their site plan though, but correct, so it's overlapping.
We're talking about 2 different things.
Yeah, it's 2 different things. That trailer is 2 different things.
The trailer is part of their site plan. I mean, sorry, the handicap parking spaces are part of their site plan and their handicap parking spaces. It's part of the required
Right,
parking on
but
site.
there's never been, to Jonathan's point, there's never been an approval for having any kind of trailer in the handicap spot at all.
No.
Ever, no. We were talking about that special event, the special event where they pulled in something into the handicap spot to facilitate their event, correct?
Yes.
And that was a violation. But there was item number 5, dealing with the trailer.
Oh, that's a separate, right.
Yes,
So the
that's
previous
a different
tenant
trailer.
had a cute little trailer that was always planted in the back. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cute trailer gone. But, so, I guess I'm still not totally clear, but so the point is that with these 3 things, you would then bring these forward to us and say, this has been happening, even though they've been rectified or whatever, but this has been happening, so we're going to reassess the CUP?
It's an opportunity for the Planning Commission to reassess or to evaluate the conditions of approval.
Okay.
Do you want to leave them alone? Do you want to modify them?
Okay.
Do you want to revoke the CUP? I mean, you have options.
We
You
have
guys-
this in other businesses in town, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
It's a conditionally allowed use.
Right. So this is a way of monitoring.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we've gotten through all of them. Do we have to, yes, we do.
Gotta make a
We have to
motion.
make a motion and deal with the ABC situation
That's right.
tonight.
Yeah.
If you're all ready to do that,
Right.
okay? And then we would also need to continue this matter to a date certain.
That'd be part of the motion, right?
Or
Or a date uncertain. That gives
Uncertain.
the applicant as well
Uncertain,
as.
okay.
Yeah, I would do uncertain at this point. That way
Okay.
we renotice and do the whole thing.
I'm ready to, the chair is ready to entertain a motion.
Do you think you can be the most articulate on this one? No? Okay, right. Oh, well, I guess, well, okay, we'll see. I mean, I think what we're saying is that we are proposing to continue, can I say that part first? To continue this application to a date unknown while approving, it's not approving actually, while I guess updating the current COA number 2 to allow the applicant to apply, to remove the reference to a specific ABC license.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there further discussion?
Can I just hear the motion one more time? Did anybody log that?
So that would be, Commissioner Chesley said to continue this item to a date uncertain and update condition of approval number 2 to remove language specifically that's specified for an ABC license. Or is that specific to the ABC license?
To remove language that requires a specific ABC license.
I would take it a step further and just say remove condition number 2.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's going to be satisfactory for her ABC?
It gives her the latitude for a 41 or a 47.
Okay.
And the logic for not stating a period of time that we come back on this, Lucas, is what again?
I'm sorry, that was continued to a date uncertain. That gives them an opportunity to work with the neighbors and staff, and then we'll renotice the hearing, come back when they're ready, when we're all ready.
This could take a while.
Okay.
You want a deadline. You like deadlines.
I mean, her primary goal, we're meeting. So
Actually,
let them have time.
you could ask for this to be returned within the next 60 days or 90 days, because if you're not putting a cap on it in terms of the amount of in terms of the number of days in which this returns,
And it allows
that's not necessarily helping her in terms of what she's trying to accomplish here. So
Yeah,
some sort of a cap for it to return probably makes sense now that I'm thinking a little bit more
That's
clearly.
where my head's at.
3 months?
Yeah.
3 months? 2 months?
Sure.
Recognizing the items that the staff currently has on their plate, 90 is probably an appropriate time frame if I'm to give you a suggestion.
Thank you for the recommendation.
And nudge you into it. But that way, they're getting the opportunity, we can notice it properly, and then it can return here.
Okay.
90
So-
days.
Yes.
The item to be continued in 90 days, within 90 days.
Within 90 days. So it could go back sooner.
Yeah, sure.
Give us that latitude for the 90 days for.
Did we have a second?
Let's say.
Yes, I second it.
Yeah.
Is that
It's a yes.
amenable
Sustains.
to the second?
Yes.
Okay.
Sustains.
I think we're ready for a vote, Sherry.
Okay. Rice Schmidt,
Yes.
Stewart,
Yes.
Chesley,
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Wow. Do we need to take a 5-minute break before we go on to our next item?
Yes, can we please?
Yes.
Thank you. IT and you need IT until you don't need IT, and then you need IT until you need IT. And right now you need IT.
I was gonna say, I have the,
The mics were off on purpose. Oh, okay. We were taking a break. Nice. Oh, good. I don't know if it's air conditioning.
Okay.
I'm not gonna fight it out. Except it says 80 degrees inside. Can't override it. You just have to deal with it. Lucas disappeared. I assume that means he's curious. Oh, Lucas, I think he had a call. Oh, he got a call. He told me he was not ready to restart. Now are you? Yeah. Do you want to sit there? Andy, are you the other Andy tonight?
No?
No.
No, well, Andy was online. He was here this.
I think that was Andrew.
He was, but once it was standing room only, I was like, we'll let you.
Be helpful to restate at the top exactly what we decided we were doing with regard to this discussion.
What we're doing?
The next discussion.
The next, it's like, the only thing I do is I was just doing last time.
Yeah, as a reminder, where we ended. As a reminder of, yeah, this has been a few hours here. Absolutely.
I think Brad is saying, for a refresher, we can say.
Refresher on your motion, effectively, on this item. Four. We decided we're gonna have this discussion.
Oh, at the beginning, we're gonna have the discussion.
But not effectively. Deciding, that's all I'm saying, the quicker we have, just.
Because I forgot.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is I have no memory, yeah.
Hello, all. Be careful what you're saying. You're being recorded.
Thank you. Mics are back on, right?
Yes, they are.
Zoom workplace. Yeah. Join from Zoom work app or browser. Alright. I think we're up now. Thank you.
I'm on the computer.
Says it. How about now? You love technology until you don't, right? Okay, hold on, let's make sure that I got all everything.
Okay, we are resuming our meeting and moving on to item 4, which is a design review permit for the, it's a lot of things. I'm going to let
It's a
staff
whole-
tell
it's a
us
whole
all
mouthful. Yeah,
of the
so
things that are in this request.
Right, so this is a really kind of continued item from the July 15th meeting, where we had an opportunity to have a fairly robust conversation, invited the public to provide comments, and certainly the applicant as well as staff provided some clarifying pieces. Based on the comments received by the Planning Commission as well as the community, the applicant went back to the drawing board, made some revisions, and then those revisions came back together with a number of questions that for the most part were answered, but it was important to put them into kind of a writing perspective. It's a good exercise to do with projects like this, especially a project that has so many different applications that they're applying for as a part of this process. To first have the step of the conversation and kind of inviting the questions and comments and kind of diving into the project. And then the second piece is bringing back an instrument by which, in this case, a recommendation is being sent forward to the City Council for final determination. Because this project includes a design review, a conditional use permit, a zone change, a general plan amendment. The zone change itself requires City Council final determination. But as the code reads, the entire project as a whole gets moved forward. Okay, so that's the reason why you're seeing this as a draft resolution, and that draft resolution is providing this body with a recommendation to send forward. Earlier tonight, you had heard an interest in having this item also heard before the Historic Preservation Commission. Absolutely, that is within your power. There is a code section. Do I have my notes here? There is an Ojai Municipal Code section, which is Chapter 8, or it's Title 4, Chapter 8. So it's 4-8.05, subsection O, which reads specifically, review proposed amendments, etc. At the request of the City Council or Planning Commission, review proposed zone changes, zoning amendments, applications for permits, or applications for zoning variances that affect proposed or designated landmarks and historic districts. Review and comment within 30 days of submission of the public record of any and all historic resource reports prepared for any other development project requiring a design review permit, conditional use permit, development agreement, or other zoning code permit. So in this case, really what it is at the July 15th meeting, it's a couple things. There was discussion of a historic resources report. That historic resources report was not provided. It was not in final form. It is now in final form and has been provided to this body. When that came forward, there was a discussion on whether or not this item should go to the Historic Preservation Commission. With that item not being included, the commission opted not to do it. However, with this new information that you have before you and recognizing this government code section, Ojai Municipal Code section, I get the sense that has changed a little bit. I mean, I know from one commissioner that has certainly changed. I'm curious to hear from the rest of the commission now that we have, and we'll be providing kind of a full conversation piece with a public hearing, with the public having an opportunity, either live or online, to kind of weigh that option and ask those kind of pointed questions. In addition to that, because of the comments that were received by this body as well as from the community, Ginger has...
Sorry, the audio is muted on the Zoom. Everybody that's watching the Zoom is telling me the audio isn't working.
That no one's hearing the audio?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you,
Add that
Ginger.
to our list.
Thank you.
So I am saying very important stuff and no one's hearing
Yes,
it.
and no one can hear you.
Okay, okay. I'm afraid if I take audio off right now. Hey, Sherry? Well, if I do the audio change right here, we're gonna have feedback for sure.
Whoever's logged in as
hold on. No, if I do this, it's just gonna have. Nope.
Are you logged in twice?
It looks, so yeah, I have a Lucas login and then I have. No. If I close out the Lucas, then we close out of the ability to respond. So hold on. There is a number of participants.
Can you just turn the sound off? Why are we hearing it at all? I think the microphone should be on with the sound on.
I think
Don't have. Yeah, I think there's competing. It won't let me unmute it from here. Hey, Sherry?
She's coming.
Okay. It's the the council chamber's host. I think that needs to be unmuted. Once we do that, I think they'll be able to hear me. Do I start over?
Say everything again, exactly.
I'm just, when I'm shooting from the hip, it's just so eloquent.
Can you tell how many people are online?
Mm-hmm. There's 5 attendees and, yeah.
Okay. Yes, then you better start over.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can, as soon as,
It's on your end, Lucas. You need to unmute yourself.
okay, let's see. I don't see that as an option though, when I try to do.
Did you see this?
It's not an option. Hello?
Hello.
Mm-mm, that's not the right one. Hello? Yeah, I don't know. This one? If I take this one off, I have feedback. But it's not letting me adjust. It's still the same one. It has the council chambers as the host. I don't know your code.
I said 357.
Oh, geez, you're telling everybody?
You go to phone, you go to recent call, and redial.
This is. Sorry, James. I don't know what's going on. It's not giving us volume out to the community right now. So the host, there is one person that's the host, which is council chambers, and it's not letting me unmute. I can't unmute from where I'm at. So it's on Sherry's end and not my end? Sherry, James is saying it's on your end, not mine. So the council chamber host,
It won't let me change it. Come in here and you'll see it keeps.
he's saying it's the big computer on top.
Ah. There. not mess everything up? Try that.
All right, so,
I can hear you all now.
okay, perfect. So that's Evan. All right, thanks, James. And now I can hear it on my, how about now? Okay, perfect. All right, so everybody can hear me in TV land. I'm gonna say this again, but I'm gonna say it in a shorter fashion. So what we have before us tonight is really kind of a continuation from the meeting from July 15th. During that meeting, it was an opportunity for the commission, through a presentation for the commission, to hear the item, but also provide the opportunity for the community to provide some comments. And certainly we got plenty of those. Because of all those comments, we have this meeting tonight to really talk through the resolution, and not only that, but from those comments and questions that were brought forward, most of them were answered for the most part, but it's always good to put those questions and then those answers into kind of a written form to kind of tease out kind of the completeness of the review, and maybe an opportunity for staff to just go back and verify and clarify. So that's what was done here, and that's pretty typical of what we do, especially because this type of application, given the number of applications that we have here with the design review, conditional use permit, zone change, and general plan amendment, there's an opportunity here because this is a recommendation body that's then going forward to City Council for final determination. The triggering mechanism for that is the zone change itself, but because it's a full project, the whole project as a whole gets moved forward to City Council for final determination. As a part of this, and not part of the review that was brought forward at the last meeting, was a historic resources report that was in a draft form. We've now made that final. I know at the previous meeting there was a discussion, very brief, as to whether or not there was an interest in this body taking forward or taking this item to the Historic Preservation Commission. You opted not to do that. However, that was given without the knowledge of and the information of the Historic Resources Report, which you now have before you here for review and consideration. And I know in the earlier part of this meeting, there was certainly an interest in just pulling this item off the agenda altogether. Certainly there's an interest in having that conversation. We can certainly have that conversation. I think that's the sum of what I had said before. So with that, I do know that Ginger, the applicant, representing the applicant, is here. She has a PowerPoint. I just wanted to kind of give an overview. I always like to set the table for the discussion and then invite the applicant to come up and kind of give a presentation on what they've changed, the modifications that have come forward. So with that, Ginger, let me pull up the PowerPoint and then I'll hand the ropes over to you. Any questions of staff before we make the transition? No? Okay. Appreciate your patience.
Ready? All right. Good evening. I'm Ginger Anderson. I'm with Brownstein. I am the agent for the applicant, Jerry McBride. The meeting went long enough that he got off his airplane and is now able to participate on the Zoom. I think you need to let him in potentially to the Zoom. But yeah, as Lucas said, we're here for the second time to talk about the health spa, the proposed health spa, soon-to-be health spa for the Hotel El Roblar. And can we advance? What we heard last time was an interest in trying to increase the amount of use available to local residents. We talked about some courtyard fencing and the visible permeability. We talked about landscaping, circulation and wayfinding, a little bit about operations, allowed uses in a lot merger. I'll start at the end with the lot merger. Lucas came up with, I think, a very elegant way to handle that. You're gonna have an ordinance now, which is gonna save us a lot of time and money to do that lot merger, so that's fine. You'll see that as a proposed condition, that when you have the ordinance, that we would go ahead and submit for that. Thank you for that. Sounds good to us. In terms of, I wanna kinda go to the pretty picture parts. Next slide, please. So again, the project description, it's a health and wellness center to complement the Hotel El Roblar, used by the hotel guests, available to residents during the off-peak hours and times. We talked about expanding that availability during the off-season. You know, the hours and the restrictions on that are really related to parking. So it seems to us that if we're not in a high season and the parking is not as much of a concern to the community, expanding those services to the community is a really good way to keep this business sustainable throughout the year. So the project changes themselves to the building is mostly interior to the building to create fitness area, lobby, treatment rooms, and locker rooms. The exterior improvements are really limited to the new landscaping in the back, which we think removal of impervious surfaces and parking at the back there is a great way to rewild that area. And retention of the 8 parking spaces, and retention of the existing residents and its 2 parking spaces, which is really important, and comes into play with the proposed zone change as well. Next slide. So for operations, it's going to be staffed by existing hotel employees. Met a few earlier today. They're delightful. That would be the housekeeping, maintenance, administration, check-in. The spa will really only add 2 to 3 full-time equivalent, you know, esthetician, masseuse, et cetera, around that. And then parking adds 8 more spaces to the parking of the hotel. Next slide. So this is one of the things we talked about last time, courtyard fencing and landscaping. So what we've done since the last meeting is that the last set of plans had the east elevation being a solid fence. And so what we've done is heard what you're talking about, and really the desire to fence off that area is a desire to be able to control that space at nighttime and create some private, you know, space of that. So the option that we're showing here is a planter. Right now what's there is potted plants or big pots and landscaping. The concept here would be for something similar, just a low planter with vegetation and then some sort of gate to sort of indicate the main kind of way to get in that can be closed at night. And then the plant palette really is to be a reflection of, for the back area is going to be the succulents and things like that, and really kind of match or complement what's out at the hotel. So there's not a landscape plan per se, but a concept, and the idea there is to just be really organic with the choices that are going to be made there, knowing that the applicant has done and has proven to do a good job and will continue to do that here. But really that is a focus in the back area. The front, I think it's really just meant to be kind of a place to meditate and hang out and have that visual openness that we talked about last time. Next slide. So we talked a lot about circulation and wayfinding and that idea of a mid-block crossing. And so what I'm holding, my emotional support paper, when you check into the hotel, you are escorted in person by a human to your space, and that's amazing, great service. And then in your room, you have a packet, and it includes a picture of the hotel. It includes things to do and the hours of the various services they provide. They would simply add a page to that to show the spa area and how to get there. And so they really have it kind of really well colored and branded of how they would show their guests, and the guests would come to the front desk, how do I get to the spa? They would be then directed out the front door to the existing crosswalk and then down the street over to the spa. So the mid-block crossing is sort of disfavored in a couple of ways. One, by the existing fences and circulation, but also just by the way that hotel operates to drive you out back to the front door and over to the cross. And so the next slide really shows the wayfinding and kind of the signage and branding of that signage to really keep it cohesive. And so they have these really cute signs around that show you where you need to go. So that would be how we would control, or they would control people from going out the wrong door and potentially crossing the street in an unsafe manner. Next slide. And then this really just talks to the change of the zone change. So on the right, you'll see all the things that you could potentially do in the VMU, either allowed by right or with a CUP or a minor CUP. On the far left, you'll see the limited list of things that are allowed in the PL zone. And then you'll see in the center column, I tried to create the both. What could you do in either one? And so really what this is trying to show is the expanded amount of things that you might be able to do if this got a VMU zone. And I think really one of the important things is expands the amount of residential that you could do from just a caretaker's unit to other types of housing, which I think is helpful to your goals of your housing element and other things. It expands the amount of potential uses that would have to go through their own permit process. And so what I would argue is that existing PL zoning is kind of one of the reasons that it's been sitting vacant for a long time. The list is very short compared to the lists that you have in these other zones. So this really just allows the spa use with a CUP. Next slide. That's kind of the intent of both. I'm not going to read that. Go ahead and switch to the next slide. And so really the idea is to enhance the downtown area and activate the space, complement the hotel. And then with regard to the historic uses, we have on the phone, we have Jeremy McBride. We also have our transportation expert, and we also have our historic expert, Evan St. Charles. And the notes, the things that I wanted to say were, in reading through that report, what you'll see is that the building is eligible for state or local listing. It also goes through what those character defining features are of the project or of the building itself, and then it goes in to talk about what the potential impacts to those character defining features are. And so what it says is you've got a handful of things that are defining its character, and you're also noticing on the proposed plans and the project that we're not changing those things. And so I don't think that we're trying to avoid this idea that it's eligible. I think the point is that I'm not sure what HPC's contribution might be to the project, since we're not changing anything that would change its eligibility or its availability to be registered at some point should the client want that to happen. So I think the other point that I would make to that HPC is, if it was the desire of the majority of the commission to send it to that body for some reason, when you read through that section, it also talks about how HPC's comments are recommendations to council. And so what I would offer is that if we did go to HPC and you did want us to collect comments, that we would not need to then come back here, that we could proceed to the next step at council, who would consider all of the things that you're telling them, plus what the things that HPC may or may not tell them if we were to go, and then keep going through the process rather than coming back. So I think Jeremy might want to jump in here if he's been allowed into the...
I'm on. Hi, guys.
Hey, there you go.
Good evening. You covered it well, Ginger. I mean, I'm here for, any questions, but I do want to make sure that everybody feels good about the intention behind the access to the space from the community. We never really intended for this to be, private space. We can't have a business in town. You guys understand this. That is solely for private use. We need community use. And there are some real limitations and constraints around, the normal things, parking, traffic, all that stuff. But we do have a really good plan that I think will provide access and a community benefit. So as it relates to the courtyard, which obviously people have a lot of interest in terms of that, architecture and history there, our job is really just to protect access for non-operating hours. And so we think in consulting with those who have had a interest in this topic directly, We believe that this kind of low planter kind of barrier that still protects the view shed and still protects the property and beautifies it will allow us to do that. You know, for those who've been in there, by the way, which no one ever uses it, by the way, I want to be honest, even in the last 5 years since we've owned it. But those who do use it can't really sit comfortably on the concrete, sitting areas, mainly because there's aluminum, these kind of constraints they have for skateboarding that were placed there because there's a lot of kids that skateboard, and we've had homeless issues and all the things that have happened. So all being said, we need a way to protect it at night. That's it. No big deal. In the daytime, it's completely open. We need people to come there. We want the community to come and enjoy it. And that's the most important thing to us. So I want to make sure everyone feels good about that intention, and hopefully there's some trust in knowing that we're gonna apply our best creative solutions to making that the highest and best use for the community.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, we have our traffic, we have our historic available as well if there's questions for me, and obviously Jeremy's here too.
Real quick question: Who from traffic? Because I'm looking at
E. Nelson.
Oh, there we
Daryl,
go. Okay,
yeah.
I see him.
Scott is on vacation, so Daryl.
Okay, Daryl's on. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant?
Question for the city. PL is typically non-tax revenue generating? Is that a correct?
I mean, you
statement?
saw the uses. They tend to be more for the community driven. So it's not necessarily
Right.
wholly profit like what you see for the C1 or even VMU.
Yep. Okay.
But I think the distinction there is there was a couple of comments that came in from the community identifying the loss of public. This is PL, zone PL, but it is not owned or operated or managed by the city. The zone is, in terms of the types of uses that are allowed there, but in no way are we giving away public land.
Right.
It is PL, public quasi-public as a use, and the zone allows for those types of uses, but it's not owned by the city. So.
Commissioner Stewart, in your question, by the way, as stated before in the tax contribution that the hotels provided, we anticipate an additional conservative estimate of additional $200,000 to $300,000 a year in TOT tax with this use. So, in addition to the, $1.4 million that we've done in the rolling 12, there's going to be a lot of really great, revenue contribution from the city of this use that prior hasn't really happened before.
Jeremy, we have samples of the roof tile, fencing, and the colors for the building. Are these the same as the hotel is using, or are they different?
Those are the same. There's like a Saltillo tile you have there. Joe, are you on? Yeah. I don't know if you're around, you can orient Commissioner Murphy on that. But it's going to be pretty light, Commissioner. We like this sort of concrete block look. We'll probably paint it, but pretty minor cosmetic, keeping the original character of the exterior.
Yeah, so that's a Saltillo tile. Then we have the wood fencing that would be on the south side. There's a little private little courtyard that's right on the property line, so that's why we need a fence there. So it's different from the fence that's facing east. And then we have the white building color for the block, and then the darker colors for the windows and doors.
And what does your historian say about making these match the hotel versus keeping whatever was there?
I'm not sure if the report. Okay.
Hi, Commissioners. So this is Evan St. Charles with Architectural Resources Group, the historic consultant. The colors that the building is currently painted are not the historic colors. We don't have, sufficient documentation to say, what the historic colors are, but because the building is not eligible or significant for its architecture or design, it would be perfectly appropriate to change the color palette to better match the hotel.
Okay.
It's a Benjamin Moore Spanish White. Just to be clear also, Commissioner, this is not our historical consultant. This is a city's historical consultant. Important distinction.
Okay, thank you.
Just jumping around on a couple of questions I have, and again, just checking my understanding. The zoning piece is permanent, and the CUP is not necessarily permanent. Would that be a correct statement?
Let me clarify that. The zoning piece is an ordinance, which requires specific parameters and process to be followed. And such change requires another ordinance to rewrite that. A conditional use permit can be rewritten and the parameters aren't as strict.
But in the scenario where you roll forward to another owner at some future state, that zoning adjustment would be permanent, where the CUP might not necessarily be permanent.
Correct. The CUP, so the use, if the use was to be discontinued for a period of 6 months, say,
Right, yeah.
the CUP would then go away, but the zoning would not.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically, just to help feed into what your question is, Commissioner Stewart. Let's say we did sell it one day. The new owner would have to figure out how to supply enough parking and, go through all the same steps to consider their use, whatever use that happens to be. So in our case, we have a primary user, which is the hotel, that is able to provide enough demand for that use without having to worry about additional conditions for parking. That was the whole design of this.
Yeah, and Jeremy, I'm asking that question not necessarily, I'm using the hypothetical not necessarily for the purposes that I believe that will become true, only for the purposes of just kind of keeping it square in my head. We're actually proving kind of two things a little bit. And so I'm just keeping that clear in my head and getting it on the record.
Understood.
Will you remind us, does the spa use, if it was a standalone CUP for the spa, does the spa have enough parking on site without using the hotel's parking?
I'll run the numbers real quick to see about the spa, but because the spa fits under as an ancillary use to the hotel, it was generated, the parking calculations were generated given the overall parking demand analysis that was done for the hotel, and then identifying that use as an extension, obviously this building being the extension, and evaluating the parking at that time. So when we had ATE do the analysis, they evaluated the analysis based on that expansion, recognizing that the use had already been established. Now, as a standalone, I can look those numbers up fairly quickly and get you an estimate of what that looks like. But in the future, let's say, for instance, that the building was to be sold and it was separating itself completely from the hotel, then it would need to stand on its own 2 feet in terms of how that use would operate. So.
Right.
Can I?
And so my point is, last time, at the last hearing, I said, I wanted those numbers, so there should be some kind of, CUPs run with the land, right? So if we're giving a CUP for this property, it would be good to know exactly what the parking looks like standing on its own. And if it doesn't stand on its own, it should have a shared parking agreement with the property across the street. Even though it's under the same ownership, it's a different property. It should have a shared parking agreement that stays in perpetuity even if that property is sold. So if the spa property is sold, there's an agreement in place that runs with the land that says, hey, we get to use some of your hotel parking because that's how we got approved. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking.
For what it's worth, no one's ever going to use this as a standalone spa. Just being honest.
Can I jump in?
Second,
Well, who knows?
Can I jump in? Because I think there's a little bit of a clarification that should be made there. So when ITE looks at, and Daryl, if I misspeak, let me know. But when ITE did their parking demand for the hotel, it's based on the number of rooms. And you look at the ratio, basically, the hotel rooms to parking spaces. It does not differentiate between, when they come up with that model, they don't differentiate between employees and guests or maintenance workers or anybody else. It's per room, hotels need this many parking spaces per room. When you go to the definition that they used, the ratio that they use in the parking demand manual, when they say hotel use, they describe an area that, an establishment that has rooms and supporting things like little gift shops and restaurants and, a fitness center, a spa, a pool, all those things. And so it's still all encapsulated in that definition. So when they say 50-room hotel is this many numbers, they assume it could have a spa. They don't go each piece. This restaurant part, if it's in a hotel, is this much. This spa, if it's in a hotel, is this much. It's the hotel. And so this idea that, yes, the CUP runs with the land. What's important to differentiate here is the project description. This is a hotel in support, a spa in support of the hotel. So they could sell the spa to someone else. That person would still have to operate it with the hotel and the parameters of that project description. The project description is our first condition of approval. It says, we are operating as an extension of the hotel. So they would have to come back to you, the Planning Commission, and say, we no longer want to work as part of the hotel. We're a separate operation. We're not affiliated with the hotel. We want to be a spa on our own. They come back, they get their parking demand and their trip generation study to say, as a standalone, I'm all these things. They have to come back to you. They have to modify their project description. So I don't know that we need to do another condition for it. I don't know that we need to talk about shared parking agreements. I think that is encapsulated in the project description itself. So in that scenario you're describing, they have to come back to you and say, I no longer want to operate with the hotel.
Hi, this is Daryl Nelson DT. I was kicked off my internet briefly and got back. And Ginger did an excellent explanation. The spa is just a support service for the guests that are staying at the hotel. So the parking demands are accounted for in the parking rates that IT published. But Ginger did a great job.
Thanks, Daryl.
I understand that, but I still don't. I understand that, and right now that works, but that still doesn't.
Yeah, there's a scenario that just played out recently before this body that was almost 50 years old, from the 70s. And that CUP had very specific conditions that were typed. And those conditions held a lot of weight. And this body had to weigh those conditions very carefully. I think the same thing probably is true here. If you're wondering what that scenario or that ratio looks like if it's a standalone spa, it's one parking space for every 100 square feet for the building. So it becomes a very large number of parking spaces that are anticipated as a standalone use. Now recognize that instead of that use being shared through the tenants or through the patrons that are coming to the hotel, instead these are individuals that are coming up with the understanding that it's specifically either in the neighborhood, as it's identified as a part of the description here, or it's people that are actually coming up here, or they're using the hotel or staying in a hotel and they're coming to take advantage of the spa. Those are just spitballing it in terms of the different scenarios. That's why you're seeing a 1 to 100 square foot ratio. A parking demand analysis will help to sort through some of that, but it's a fairly strict standard if you're looking at it from an apples to oranges type of scenario as a standalone spa use. Certainly not what's being applied here currently. It's assuming shared use.
Yeah, it's interesting because on the, part of the application is, local people are going to be able to use this. And I think we should specify that and put some barriers around that so that we know when those periods are. Because I think what's true a little bit is what you say is correct. It's essentially an amenity where it's sort of a percentage of users of the hotel will use the spa, if you will, okay? Then there's kind of another operation, which is, well, a lot of people in town have communicated if we're gonna change this PL to VMU, we wanna be sure we have some sort of usage. We talked about that in the July meeting. That's all great. Those people will park separately. They are not guests of the hotel, presumably. So there are kind of a couple of configurations that this operates in, and I think the way to control that would simply be just to specify what does the term non-peak mean, or maybe even give you a window to define it. As you operate, you may learn, hey, our hypothesis on what peak was is actually totally different, and so we need to have some flexibility there. But I do think we should have a standard there because, we got numerous pieces of feedback on, hey, whether it's correct or not, people see this as kind of shifting something that kind of belonged quasi-public to a private operator, even though we know that's actually not the most accurate way to paint it.
Yeah, and we do have that in the project description, the parameters we were proposing in terms of the number of appointments and when those would be given to the public. So that is in the project description, and I did want to pick up on something because that's something that Jeremy said a number of times. This is going to be a little bit of a, learn by doing and adjust if we need to. But yes, those parameters as a starting point are in the project description at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at I think it's attachment D.
Yeah, and I missed that, so that's why.
Yeah, so attachment D has off-peak demand, and then it has peak demand. So off-peak demand says during off-peak times, reservations for up to 4 of the 8 treatment rooms will be available for booking by local residents. Hours of operation for the facility will be between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m., with spa hours ranging from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, that meets exactly. I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah, it
That's
further
okay.
clarifies.
That's the exact guardrails.
Okay.
And if I could make one more topic about the PL to VMU zoning and what you think you might be losing. If one of those, if the spa is a spectacular failure, which it won't be because they do a great job of everything that they do. But if it were to come to pass that spas became, passe, we don't do spas anymore, we're into something else, and that was in that list from the PL, then that desired use could come back to a planning commission and could propose to change back to PL at that time. So when we talk about permanent, there is still an opportunity that it could be PL again if there was a need for it to be, and it would just be another process to go back to council to adopt an ordinance to do that. So, things are not permanent, luckily, that there is flexibility for that. So I don't want to use the word permanent, I suppose. If that came along and it was proposed here with a willing applicant and landowner and all that, it could go through the process again and get changed.
Yeah, that could happen within 20 years from now. That could happen from 4 years from now. We just saw that earlier tonight.
Yeah, and we want to give you flexibility because the term spa is changing a lot, and if you think about contrast therapy and all these things that are, zooming around, we want to give you enough of an envelope where you're not coming back in to check with us at everything.
Yeah, I think the VMU zone allows a lot of flexibility if the spa thing weren't to pan out, much more than the PL zone would.
And we'll be on, guys, we just, as mentioned last time, celebrated our 1-year anniversary over 4th of July at the hotel. In addition to that, we've been, working with Kathy Clough, and, Kathy had been operating a spa in this very location for 40 years. She's done this at an incredible level at the Oaks and knows what that takes in this town. So to manage within these constraints and to advise within these constraints, I think we have a pretty good, operational team and advisory team navigating some of these challenges that we face with some of the questions that are brought up. But I do want to make it clear that we can't operate a private spa. We need a community to use it. We're going to be very thoughtful about how that's offered to the community. We don't want this to be a place that no one can get access to. It just won't work. So, we know our business patterns as it is now. Sunday through Wednesday is pretty light, and it always is light. There's a couple of moments where it gets a little busy, but for the most part, we're low occupancy. And with low occupancy comes more availability for users, more than what's represented in the project description today. So we're going to have to use discretion as seasonality unfolds, as business demand unfolds, to keep the business going and offer community benefit.
Could we talk about the Historic Preservation Commission recommendation of moving this to the HPC for their comments? I believe that that Ginger explained to us accurately that the HPC is concerned about what's on the exterior of the building, and that the applicant is not planning to make any significant changes to that. If we hold up the hotel to wait for that HPC comments to report to come back to us, that may unnecessarily delay things. I don't think that the HPC is going to have a lot to say here.
Well, they may. One of the character defining features is a central open courtyard, landscaping, hardscaping within the courtyard. That's a character defining feature. The mid-century modern is known for certain paint colors. I'm sure this is fine, the white, the white and whatnot. But I think, more importantly, they have the right, they've expressed an interest in reviewing this. I think they have a right to do it. I think by ordinance, by the definition in that code section that Lucas read.
Right, you're talking about Title 4, so it's 4-8.05 and it's subsection O.
Oh, yeah. The last sentence is, the paragraph is called Review Proposed Amendments, etc. That's the title of the paragraph. The last sentence says, review and comment within 30 days of submission for the public record any and all historic resources reports prepared for any other development project beyond zoning amendments and permits. Regarding design review permits, conditional use permits, development agreements, and other zoning code permit. Why wouldn't we want their input on this? They are a board that we rely on. Historic preservation is very important to the city. The downtown depends on the character. Historic Preservation Commission is very important. We shouldn't minimize their input and feedback. And this is 1 month of a delay, which I don't see as a big delay. I think this is very important. So I just want their input. I want them to be able to formally read the historic report that says that this could be potentially a state or city historic resource of some type. And I want their input on how this proposal, I think it looks beautiful. I'm fully supportive of the whole project, But I think that, they're putting landscaping, closing off this open courtyard, which is a defining feature. I think Historic Preservation Commission should be allowed to weigh in. And I think they have the right to weigh in. And I don't think it's a big deal. They're not making a decision. They're just letting the decision makers, giving them input. So I feel strongly about this.
Which will all go to the city council for the final decision.
Yes.
So it boils down to, do we want to hear the historic report prior to making our recommendations?
I do, because it might change the way the courtyard is dealt with, and that's our bailiwick.
Can I interject two things? I think our historian has a comment, and then Joe had a good point that would you accept that input from them?
Yes.
Okay, Joe. And then Evan.
Yeah, the courtyard that you're speaking of was designed in 2012 without any historic input and was completely changed. So it has no historic significance at all, given that it was remodeled and changed 14 years ago.
Well, it says in this historic report that the central open courtyard is a defining feature of the building, right?
Understand, but the landscaping and planters were installed in 2012.
Okay, but
They're no longer.
I agree. They could be, unpermitted. They could be
No, they were
from the
permitted.
wrong era. It could be anything. But the Historic Preservation Commission, if there's any changes, should have the right, and they do have the right, to review any proposals or changes.
I agree. I mean, in regards to the planter we're proposing and the gate, you have a valid point, but we're not changing anything else in the courtyard. The landscaping is remaining and the planters are remaining. And
Okay,
that was
well,
all approved and permitted in 2012.
That's fine. It's a discretionary application. The Historic Preservation Commission has the right to review this and comment, and they may say, tear it out, because we will approve this project, but who knows? They should have the right to look at it and make sure that the character defining features are kept in place. So, maybe, I don't know what the issues are. That's why it should go to them to comment.
Evan, can you help us clarify?
Sure.
What about the?
Yes, if I may weigh in, just because ARG wrote that report and identified those character defining features. So just if I could provide some clarity in terms of the open courtyard. The intent was not that the courtyard needed to be, accessible to the public or, fully visible from the public right of way. The intent is that it was open air, so that, if you were to, for instance, enclose with a roof or develop the courtyard with adding square footage, that would be what we would consider to be an impact. Enclosing with, the permeable landscaping that is being proposed would not be considered an impact to the historic significance or character defining features of the building.
So you're saying the landscaping and the stuff in the courtyard was not what made it character defining. It was that it was open air to the sky.
Correct.
Okay, well, I think the Historic Preservation Commission should be able to review the report and see if they agree.
And if they don't agree, it's still just a recommendation, correct?
Well, they are comments.
Comments.
Correct. So here's what I think, just to put some clarification on this piece. Currently, the code doesn't require them to review it, but it does provide the opportunity for either City Council or the Planning Commission to send it to the Historic Preservation Commission. So you as a body have that opportunity to do that. It's not required. If you feel so led, and we've done this before, where items have gone back before them for comment, and then they come back to this body. That's if the decision's being made by this body. This decision is being forwarded to City Council for final determination as a project as a whole. So that's an option, absolutely. You can weigh that option about the comments going to the Historic Preservation Commission and then returning back to this body to weigh those options. They are comments, they are not recommendations, right? Because the weight of the comments and the way in which this code currently reads, and I recognize that there are certain commissioners that would prefer that these items absolutely come back to and be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission. This is not a landmark. This is not a designated district, historic district. So those parameters aren't being met, but this parameter potentially is. That's why it's important to have that conversation and sort through, this discussion.
I guess I disagree with your interpretation of the code then, because my interpretation of the code, it says very clearly to me that the Historic Preservation Commission reviews and comments within 30 days, submission for the public record of any and all historic resources reports prepared for any development project requiring a design review permit, conditional use permit, development agreement, or other zoning code. That's the second sentence in that paragraph, but it's a standalone.
I think you read the thing as a whole. And I think if you read the thing as a whole, at the request of the council or planning commission, you gotta read the thing as a whole. If you're only tearing out certain sentences, it doesn't do justice.
So what I'd like to recommend is if there's a desire by the majority of the commission that we need to go to HPC, which we're being told is optional, if that was to happen, our preference would be to keep going. So a lot of the rest of that historic preservation code talks about making comments to the council. So it would be, I feel that if we had to go to HPC, the strong desire would be to not come back here again, but keep going and let council take whatever comments HPC may or may not have. I think also it would be helpful to define what kinds of comments you might be looking for HPC. It sounds like the courtyard is one of those things. And so maybe we say, you know what, it would be great to get HPC to comment on the fence or something like that. If we could maybe potentially kind of guide them in that direction as to what the concern is and then keep going, that would be ideal.
Chair, we do have a HPC chair online ready to speak in public comment.
Okay. We will open public comments and hear your online person. Do we have a name for this person, Sherry?
Gina McHatton is our chair for the HPC.
Okay. Gina, go ahead.
Hope she's sitting at her computer. She had her hand raised.
Gina, if you could unmute.
I am trying to unmute.
There we go. We can hear you now.
Oh, there it is. Hi, everybody. Okay, I'm Gina McHatton. I am the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. And yes, we are in favor of having it come to us for our comments. We, especially now that we know that there's an HRR and the findings in the HRR, I think that what we have to realize is that the HRR begun 15 months ago. And right now is it still August 5th? Yes, it is almost over there. August 5th is tonight, and we meet on the 13th, and you meet again on the 19th. So being that this took 15 months to get finalized with the HRR, I don't think a couple more weeks is going to make or break this. We would love to give comments and have it go back to planning. That is our purview. It is in our functions and powers. I do think that that would make the most sense, and we just happen to have a meeting next week. And Lucas said that it could be in our packet. It hasn't gone out yet, so we would like to have that opportunity if we can. Does anybody have any questions for me about it? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Okay, back to us.
I think there was another. I thought Sherry said there was two.
Oh, two? I didn't hear that. Is there anyone else, Sherry?
No.
Thank you. Okay, brings it back to us. And it appears to me that we could make a decision on this tonight and let the HPC comments go to the council. Or we can have the HPC count. We don't have a meeting on the 19th, but we could come back to a meeting and have the HPC comments come to us then, and then make our recommendation to the city council with the comments in hand to help us. Do you have opinions about which way to go with that?
I think with the experience of the last one, for example, it seems like there's just some sort of, procedural and kind of overarching things that are probably better for us to try to move with in like a clear way, and I think since there's a clear opportunity here and not a lot of time, it can make a lot of sense to just, do it in a process where we're all moving forward with the information that we want to have, we could make a decision, sure, and pass it back, but I think there's an opportunity to have, all of the resources at hand, which theoretically is how we should try to proceed, I think, on any project.
Brad?
I like the middle ground here a little bit that you were proposing. I like having the HPC have their eyeballs on it. I don't like limiting their scope, and I can understand, why that might be more efficient, but I think they should get a clean look at it, and then I think from there it could go to council. And so we could each get a little bit of what we need there.
Okay. It sounds like we have a 2-and-2 situation. I guess.
Why would you like to make it, you'd prefer us make a decision tonight but pass
Well,
it to
it's
HPC?
it's what the
She wants to.
it's what the applicant has asked for,
Uh-huh.
and I consider that reasonable.
Mhm.
But I also would like to make, sorry, phone calls coming in on my watch. The hotel isn't going to really be able to do anything until the city council reviews this. So I guess if we give the HPC an opportunity to give comments to us and include that in our consideration on the 19th, it probably isn't going to be too deleterious to the applicant. What do you think, Brad? Do you have a reason why you think, could you help us?
Yeah, I guess I would look at it this way. I think you have all the information you need. If you want HPC to comment, let's let them comment. Do you need to digest that further? Or would you accept their comments? Or would you be putting yourself in a position at the 19th to disagree with the HPC? It sounds like you want their comments. And so what I'm thinking is, what's going to be different to you all on the 19th? If you could make a decision tonight, say, stop by HPC on your way to council and let them make the final decision, because they are gonna make the final decision.
Right.
So there's no part of this that is trying to suggest you wouldn't have any additional value to add after HPC, except that maybe we could just go to council instead. And I don't know what it does to the council agendas and hearings. Lucas, I'd look to you. It takes a while to then take the PC's comments and digest them and put them into a council. I don't know if we have a projected council date yet. Do you?
No projected date at this point.
No projected date. So
The noticing would still require the 20 days, so you're looking at least a month out from, at least a month out.
yeah, I mean, so we've been at this since January of 25. Is that right? So we're 18.
Well, with the concept review, it was 2024.
Yeah, so I feel like it's 2 years for a project everybody loves, and we're down to talking about potentially what the fence looks like in the front. I don't know that we need to come back here, is gently how I would put it.
I could just give you my perspective on my thinking. So I like the middle ground. I think there was enough traffic on letters on the topic, whether people understood the details or not, on the move from PL to VMU, that I think the check step actually is owed on the historical side. Not at the cost of causing you extra time or delays or anything like that, because the council does always have the ability in the end, play it out, that they get given some information that they feel needs a little bit of a deeper study, they can always kick it right back to us. But I would rather roll with the bet that they're not going to learn anything significant, or if they do, you know, you guys have shown a pretty good willingness to adopt and be flexible, that live in the meeting, you would adopt and be flexible and find a pathway through to getting that done. So I think it achieves what you're after, and I like what you're after. I think it achieves what you're after, and I think it keeps the ball rolling a little bit for them. And I'm open to seeing it different, but that's, my head is, if the council sees something that they're like, whoa, this is a little bit warm for us, they're gonna kick it back and have us look at it.
That would involve more time delay for the hotel to move forward. So maybe we should ask for HPC to give us a report and then make our complete and final recommendation with all information in hand.
Yeah, because for sure with the description you laid out, which is an option, that being a pretty quick process, given it's all happening in the next few weeks.
2 weeks.
It might be the most expedient.
Yes. Yeah, I would hate to see.
That's kind of what's nice. That's why I sort of like, okay, this is sort of, I guess maybe there's disagreements of exactly being the explicit procedure, but it's like written up that this can be the way in which we move forward. And ideally, it's so that the project can move forward, so there aren't questions down the line. Oh, we don't know enough of this thing, like we did on so many projects. We ask these questions,
So can I ask, if we come back to Planning Commission on the 19th, are we only talking about the HPC comments?
No, I
We
think,
would be talking about everything again? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, so we're delaying to get HPC. If we were to come back on the 19th in this scenario, are we rehashing all the subjects, or are we only talking about HPC's comments at that time?
okay. You said you think it's a beautiful project, and you haven't mentioned any changes that you are inclined to make unless HPC comes forward.
Well, the other thing is the parking issue, guys. They're taking away parking off this site, which in this proposal, I think it's great because it's part of the hotel and they're making a courtyard. However, if it's standalone, that makes a difference. They're removing parking in an impacted area of our downtown. Anecdotally, driving down Ventura Street, it's packed. It's like there's no parking left. It's, you know, and there's an empty business across the street, basically, the mob shop. So when that gets occupied, you know, it's really going to be a problem. So I think when you eliminate parking spaces, I just think that we have to look at it. It's a single parcel. It could be sold. I mean, I just want some way to tie it together. So in the future, if that is sold off, it's gonna have, whichever way it needs to be, but I think it needs to have some tie with, as far as parking, to the hotel allotment.
How many parking places are we losing by putting in the garden? Is it
Sorry,
3?
I'm really struggling with the concept that we're losing parking. We're gaining 8 spaces.
No, if it's a standalone.
And in that scenario, sorry, it's getting late. Okay.
Yes, it is.
If the spa starts operating independently of the hotel, it has to come back to you for a change of the CUP.
Right. But my question was, how many parking places were removed in the plan to create the garden?
Oh, in the back.
Was it 3?
I think there were 4.
4 parking
I
places.
think it was 4.
Okay, so we went from 12 to 8.
I see what you're saying now about removal of parking spaces.
Yeah.
Okay, in the back patio area, got it,
Okay.
okay. So we just, I mean, again,
It's
this is
3.
a project benefit
That's what
to
I
be
thought.
removing impervious surfaces and parking that's kind of like back there being ugly, so.
So we went from 11 parking places to 8, and the concern that I'm hearing is that what if in the future it becomes a separate spa?
They will have to come back.
I think that's for them to work out in the future.
The person, that applicant would have to come back.
And
And they would
figure
either have to
out.
take that out to get those spaces that they need, or they would have to come up with a business model or something
Whatever.
that makes the parking count work.
Hang on a minute, just to make sure I have my information correct. I'm seeing on item 4, 87 average daily trips versus 122 for the prior office use.
So it's
So-
less.
That's traffic, but it would also, the knock-on effect would be parking, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just pointing out that parking, you know, is being reduced on that site. So any future use, doesn't have to be a spa, could be offices or whatever. They're not gonna have
That-
as many parking spaces.
Unless they return it.
They're relying on the shared use of the hotel at the moment in their proposal. So it impacts the site, it does.
So the condition would be, if we change our project description, we'd have to come back for a CUP amendment. And that's in there. It talks about your condition number 1 is always this approval is limited to this project description. Any changes require changes. So I'm respectfully less worried about that right now.
I'm glad you're not.
At 11:30 at night or whatever time it is.
Getting there.
Yeah, because I think then it's just about this thing about whoever's, let's say, taking over this business and change it to something else. It's their own, as the words come up, due diligence and to figure out.
Yeah, that's their
they can
deal,
do.
just like any
Yeah.
business.
Yeah,
I-
condition,
So that's,
I
it
think
seems
that's
as,
number
just
2, I think, covers that in terms of what
That's-
we're talking about. But I do agree, it probably needs to be tweaked to identify a change in use, because if that's, I mean, our code already kind of speaks to that, but I think putting in a condition in there that talks about a change in use, or even a separation of the operation, because the operation is relying on
Sure. If the
the
operation,
shared parking. If that doesn't exist anymore, then it stands on its own.
great,
You've got to evaluate that.
great.
And so that, number 2, you could probably tweak that to, I think, to meet what you're talking about in terms of it's already going to have to come back to this body, but what's that trigger? I think to your point, I think that, number 2, adding in that use piece and then a full evaluation at that point for parking, I think that I think that's satisfied at that point.
Well, what's true, and probably a little bit crass, but it's late. What's true is the business could underperform because the very operator ran a business that underperformed, which you bought. So it is true that that condition could happen, and there might be a way that you say at some state we're conveying this to somebody else and something else is going to happen. So it is true that is within the realm of possibility.
Yeah,
I mean, the big thing I'm struggling with is I'm just looking at the numbers and seeing that if the average daily trips are reduced, what do we believe will drive more need for more parking? But the CUP having the stopgap of saying if it's a new entity coming in to operate, it's a new CUP effectively, that stopgap protects us, I think. Then it's somebody else's problem to figure out what to do there,
Yeah, I wouldn't say a new entity. It would be, that entity would actually have to change the way it's operating to not be tied to the hotel. So it wouldn't just be changing in the operator, it's changing the project description. So it always runs with the land. Hotel El Roblar could sell to another hotel operator, not that they would, but they would still, that new person would still be able to operate under the CUP for the hotel. And so that would still be true. It's if that new operator were then going to try to decouple it from the hotel. That would be the clarification. That I
and
want.
you guys are owner-operator. There's not a management company or a third-party provider or something.
At
So
this
you
time.
guys are directly owner-operator here. Okay.
Yes.
Correct.
that's Correct, yeah.
Okay, so
So you're asking that maybe, you're asking maybe there's some things we can not revisit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that if the concern is we're coming back because we want to know what HPC said, then I want to, maybe next time, if we start at 7, we could be done by 8 and not have to revisit some of the topics again in 2 weeks.
You got stuck after a
we're usually done by 8. It was the previous item,
It's
as
all
you
good.
know.
I just didn't get dinner, so I apologize
Oh,
if
dear.
I'm seeming impatient. I've got a half a cheeseburger waiting for me.
Okay, so what are we going to do with this? We need a motion.
We do. Yeah, we do. I don't know if it's clear in my head. Can you come up with someone, Brad?
I'll try to form a late night motion here. I would like to, and help me here a little bit. My motion would be to approve the staff recommendations as written, with the exception of mandating that the HPC get a look at this to then deliver a report to City Council. That would be my particular motion.
Say that again.
In shorthand, I'm agreeing with her
Right.
that
but-
we're not going to relitigate all of the old issues, that I'm accepting what's been drafted
Mhm.
as the recommendation, with the exception of
Here.
getting the HPC,
Going directly to.
but going directly to the city council under the logic that if they see something that they feel requires a planning commission viewpoint, they would immediately say, we're sending that to planning commission. And I agree with you, it runs a risk of actually delaying the schedule. But given some of the commentary that there may be different things built in different periods that had different eyes on them, I'm anticipating that this will, I'm being hopeful that this will find the light of day in that way. But that's my motion, and it can be seconded or not, I guess.
Is there a second? The chair will entertain another motion.
Trina, do you want to try to?
I make a
find one for us?
motion
Yeah.
that we we approve the resolution to move forward to city council, with the exception of having the project and the Historic Resources report go to Historic Preservation Commission on August 13th and back to Planning Commission on August 19th, so we can review HPC's comments and incorporate them into the project prior to sending the entire project to City Council.
If we approve the staff's, their proposal in front of us, and then the HPC comes up with something that we hadn't considered and want to incorporate, your motion allows us to go back and do that?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that one.
Further discussion? Clarification? Roll call, please, Sherry.
Bryce Schmidt,
Yes.
Stewart,
No.
Chesley,
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
Future agenda items. Lucas.
Okay. So, given what just took place, you will not be canceling the 19th. Instead,
We will
you
be
should
meeting.
expect one item, likely not any more than that. The rest of the items are not ready for this body to review at this point. Even the tree ordinance review, I'm going to get that to you as soon as I can because I am in the middle of it. When I say in the middle, I'm like 80% done with it. So it's going to get to you, but there's just, it's too tight for me to get it on the 19th. So you should be seeing it for the 2nd, just not for the 19th.
Okay, so we will take this up on the 19th. We have a meeting.
Yep, and then the other tree permit, interesting, the second will be trees. It's the removal of 9 oaks. There was a report put together as a part of a fairly substantial project that's being proposed. It's single family. So as a part of the tree ordinance, anytime that you're removing more than five or more, the trigger is that it comes before this body for consideration.
And we consider that separate from whatever the project that's requiring their removal is?
I'm doing to Lucas what he does
Yeah,
to me.
you can jump in.
'Cause I'm sitting to the right. So it's actually a zone clearance for a single-family residence, and so that doesn't need to come to you.
Okay.
It's just the tree permit that needs to come here.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at all that, and you'll be seeing definitely the tree permit moving forward. So.
Okay.
It's a single-story house.
It's
coming
a single-story, single-family. If it was two-story, we'd get a DRP, and you would have it would be for your review and consideration.
Thank you, Mara. A director's report?
Nothing to report at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission member reports?
I believe I'm going to MAC next time, so.
You're in the
We'll
rotation.
get one next month, next meeting. Yay. I take it Whitman is not online anymore?
No, I see him on as an attendee. So I think we can promote him.
okay.
There we go.
Mr. Whitman, do you have anything to tell us?
Andy, you're muted.
Andy's gone to bed. Seems reasonable.
Sherry, can you unmute him? Because it's showing up as him being.
Mr. Whitman, do you have anything to tell us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No. Yeah, I don't think
Andy, you're muted.
We can hear you.
Seems reasonable. Sherry, can you unmute him? Because it's showing up as him being. Do you have anything to tell us?
Unmuted.
Can you hear me? Yes. No. Yeah, I don't think you're muted.
He shows unmuted on my line.
Okay.
We can hear you.
This is our night.
Seems reasonable. Sherry, can you unmute him? Because it's showing up as him being. Do you have any?
We have some sort of delay going on.
Zoom,
Yes. Zoom is exhausting. All right.
I think it was his
Okay.
feedback coming through.
Okay. You want to try it one more time? He's in as an attendee. He's in as an attendee. Can you promote him to a panelist?
Better have good stuff to say, Mr. Whitman.
I promoted him. Let's see now. And he shows muted now. Oh, no, he's a.
How about now?
An attendee, can you promote him to a panelist?
Just
Why
did.
is it repeating?
Good stuff to say.
That was literally from 2 minutes ago.
Would the mayor like to make any comments while we wait to figure this out? Nope. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. All right.
Okay.
He dropped off.
He dropped off. Okay.
Zoom permit has expired.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I am going to adjourn the meeting at 11:16.
Yeah.